As you unwind and drift into a peaceful sleep with the gentle rain and a soothing story, take a moment to like and subscribe. Your support truly inspires me to create more calm and comforting content like this. Before you close your eyes, I'd love to hear from you. What time are you listening? And where in the world are you joining me from? Is there a story or character you'd love to hear next? Leave a comment and share a little piece of your warm and peaceful world with me. Story: Little Red Riding Hood, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, shadowy forest where the sun painted golden streaks across thatched roofs and the wind carried the scent of fresh bread, lived a girl named Rose. She was a child of the village's heart, small and sprightly, with hazel eyes that sparkled like the brook running through the meadows, and chestnut hair that tumbled in waves down her back. But what set her apart, what made her a beacon in the muted tones of the village, was the cape she wore, a vivid red cloak, its fabric soft as a whisper, or its hue bold as a flame. Her grandmother had sewn it for her, stitch by loving stitch, a gift given on a winter's day when snowflakes danced outside their windows. "For my little Rose," the old woman had said, her voice warm with pride, and from then on, the girl was known to all as Little Red Riding Hood. Rose lived with her mother, Clara, in a modest cottage at the village's edge, its walls weathered by time, but warmed by the hearth that burned within. Clara was a woman of quiet strength, her hands rough from years of kneading dough and tending the garden, her brown eyes sharp with a mother's vigilance. She'd raised Rose alone since her husband, a woodsman, had vanished into the forest years ago, his axe left behind as the only trace. The village whispered of wolves, or worse, but Clara silenced the tales with a firm shake of her head, her focus fixed on the daughter who filled her days with light. Rose was her joy, her chatter a melody that drowned out the silence, her curiosity a spark that lit their small world. The forest loomed beyond their doorstep, a vast expanse of towering pines and twisted oaks, its canopy so dense that daylight struggled to pierce its depths. It was a place of beauty and danger, its paths winding like secrets through the undergrowth, its air thick with the musk of moss and the rustle of unseen life. The villagers respected it, harvesting its wood and berries, but never straying too far. Their tales of lost travelers and lurking beasts, a warning etched into every child's mind. Rose loved the forest's edge, its flowers, its birdsong, the way its shadows danced in the breeze, but she'd never ventured beyond the first line of trees, her mother's rules of fence she hadn't yet climbed. That changed on a crisp autumn morning when the leaves blazed red and gold, and the air carried a chill that hinted at winter's approach. Clara stood in the kitchen, her apron dusted with flour, her hands busy weaving a basket of provisions: freshly baked bread, a jar of golden honey, a flask of mulled wine spiced with cloves. Rose watched, perched on a stool, her red cape draped over her shoulders, her fingers tracing the hem as her mother worked. "Your grandmother's taken ill," Clara said, her voice steady but laced with worry, her eyes flicking to Rose. "She's alone in her cottage, deep in the forest, and I need you to take these to her." Rose's eyes widened, a mix of excitement and nerves fluttering in her chest. "Me?" she asked, her voice bright, her hands clasping together. "I get to go through the forest?" Clara paused, setting the basket down, her gaze sharpening as she turned to her daughter. "Yes, you," she said. "But listen well, Rose. The forest isn't a playground. It's wild, and it's tricky. Take the straight path, the one marked by the old oak and the stone bridge. Don't wander, don't dawdle, and she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a stern whisper. Don't talk to strangers. Promise me. Rose nodded, her hazel eyes earnest, her small hand pressing to her heart. I promise, Mama, she said, her smile wide, her mind already racing with the adventure ahead. Clara softened, brushing a curl from Rose's forehead, her touch lingering as if to imprint her warning. You're my brave girl, she said, but bravery needs caution. Keep your cape on. It'll keep you warm, and it's bright enough to spot if you get lost. She handed Rose the basket, its handle smooth against her palm, and opened the door, the forest's breath rushing in to greet them. Rose stepped outside, the wind tugging at her cape, its red folds billowing like a banner as she turned to wave. I'll be back by supper, she called, her voice a chime in the quiet morning, and Clara smiled, though her eyes held a shadow of unease. Straight there, and straight back, she repeated, and Rose nodded again, her boots crunching on the gravel path as she set off, the village shrinking behind her with each eager step. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its entrance marked by a gnarled oak whose branches stretched like a guardian's embrace. Rose passed beneath it, her cape brushing the moss, her basket swinging at her side as she hummed a tune her grandmother had taught her, a lilting song about spring and sparrows. The path was clear at first, its dirt packed by years of cautious feet, its edges lined with ferns and toadstools that glowed in the dim light. She crossed the stone bridge Clara had mentioned, its arch slick with damp, the brook below gurgling like a friend calling her name. Straight ahead, she murmured, repeating her mother's words, her eyes tracing the trail as it wound deeper into the trees. But the forest was a siren, its beauty a lure that tugged at Rose's heart. Flowers peeked from the undergrowth, violets and daisies, their petals bright against the green, and birds flitted overhead, their wings a blur of color that made her pause. She bent to pluck a daisy, its stem cool in her fingers, and tucked it behind her ear, her hum growing softer as she lingered. The path stretched on, but the forest's whispers grew louder, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, a breeze that carried the scent of pine and something wilder, something alive. Rose's steps slowed, her promise a thread fraying under the weight of her curiosity. She didn't see the eyes watching her, golden, unblinking, glinting from the shadows of a thicket. She didn't hear the soft pad of paws on moss, the low rumble of a throat that savored her scent. The forest held its breath, its beauty a mask for the danger that stirred within, and Rose walked on, her red cape aflame in the gloom, her innocence a beacon to the beast that waited. Back in the village, Clara stood at the window, her hands twisting in her apron, her gaze fixed on the forest's edge. The sun climbed higher, its light swallowed by the trees, and a chill settled in her chest, a mother's instinct, sharp and unyielding. She'd sent her daughter into the wild, armed with nothing but a basket and a warning, and now the silence felt like a warning of its own. Be careful, Rose, she whispered, her breath fogging the glass. But the forest offered no reply, its secrets locked tight in its shadowed heart. Rose reached a fork in the path, the straight trail veering left, a narrower one branching right toward a patch of wildflowers that glowed like stars. She hesitated, her mother's voice echoing, Don't wander. But the flowers called. their beauty a temptation she couldn't resist. Just one more, she said, stepping off the path, her boots sinking into the soft earth, her cape catching on a thorn as she knelt. The basket rested beside her, its contents a gift for the grandmother she loved, its weight a reminder of her task. But the forest was vast, its wonders endless, and Rose's promise bent beneath the weight of her delight. The shadows deepened around her, the air growing still, and a rustle broke the quiet, a sound too deliberate, too close. Rose looked up, her daisy half picked, her hazel eyes scanning the trees, but she saw nothing, only the green and the gold, the forest's embrace tightening like a trap she didn't yet feel. She rose, brushing dirt from her knees, and turned back to the path, her hum faltering as the wind carried a new scent. Musk, fur, a hunger that wasn't her own. In the village, Clara's hands stilled, her heart skipping a beat, and she stepped outside, her gaze fixed on the forest's maw. Rose, she murmured, her voice a prayer lost to the wind, and the day stretched on, its light dimming as the girl in the red cape ventured deeper into a tale she couldn't yet see. The forest waited, its shadows patient and vast, its secrets poised to unfold. The forest deepened around Rose as she stepped off the path, its shadows stretching longer with each moment she lingered among the wildflowers. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming violets, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in thin, golden threads that danced across her red cape. Her basket rested on the ground, its woven handle cool against the moss, the bread and honey within a promise to her grandmother that felt distant now, overshadowed by the forest's allure. She hummed softly, her tune a fragile thread in the stillness, her small hands plucking daisies and tucking them into the folds of her cape, her hazel eyes bright with the joy of discovery. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets in the breeze. But Rose didn't hear the shift in their song, the rustle that wasn't wind, the snap of a twig too deliberate to be chance. She didn't see the golden eyes glinting from the thicket, unblinking and sharp, watching her every move with a hunger that coiled beneath the surface. The wolf had scented her the moment she crossed the stone bridge, its nose twitching at the mix of bread and innocence that trailed her like a beacon. It was a creature of the forest's heart, large, its fur a mottled gray that blended with the shadows, its paws silent on the moss, its teeth a gleam of white in a jaw built for tearing. It had roamed these woods for years, a predator whose name was whispered in village tales, its appetite a legend that grew with each missing traveler. Rose bent to pick another flower, her cape pooling around her like a puddle of blood against the green, when a shadow fell across her path, not the fleeting shade of a cloud, but something solid, something alive. She straightened, her hum faltering, her fingers clutching the daisy as she turned. There it stood, the wolf, its form emerging from the trees like a nightmare-given shape, tall as her waist, its shoulders broad, its eyes glowing with a light that wasn't quite natural, its lips curled back, revealing a hint of fangs, but its voice, when it spoke, was smooth as honey, a velvet purr that belied its menace. Good day, little one, it said, stepping closer, its claws sinking into the earth with a soft thud. What brings a bright spark like you into my forest? Rose's breath caught, her heart skipping a beat, but her mother's warning, don't talk to strangers, was a whisper drowned by her curiosity. She tilted at her head, her cape swaying as she studied the creature, her innocence a shield she didn't know was fragile. "Hello," she said, her voice small but clear, her smile tentative. "I'm not a spark. I'm Rose. And this isn't your forest, is it? It's for everyone." The wolf's eyes narrowed, a flicker of amusement or hunger passing through them, but it kept its tone soft, its head lowering as if in deference. "Rose is it? Rose, is it?" it said, circling her slowly, its tail brushing the undergrowth. "A fitting name for a girl with such a pretty cape. And where might Rose be going with that fine basket in tow?" It paused, its nose twitching as it scented the air, the bread and wine a lure it couldn't ignore. Rose clutched the basket tighter, her fingers brushing the woven strands, but her smile widened, her trust unshaken by the wolf's slow prowl. "I'm going to my grandmother's," she said, her voice bright with pride. "She's sick, and Mama sent me with food to make her better. Bread, honey, and wine. She lives at the end of the path, in a little house with a red door and ivy on the walls." The wolf's ears flicked, its mind racing as it memorized her words, its hunger sharpening into a plan. "How kind of you," it purred, stepping closer, its shadow falling over her flowers. "And this path? It's the straight one, past the oak and the bridge." Rose nodded, her cape catching on a thorn as she turned to point. "Yes, that's the one Mama told me to take. It's not far, just through the trees, over the hill, and there's her house." She beamed, her innocence a light that blinded her to the wolf's intent, and it smiled wider, its teeth glinting in the dappled sun. "A good girl, following her mother's words," it said, its voice a caress that hid the growl beneath. "But look around, Rose. The forest is full of wonders. Why rush to your grandmother when you could pick more flowers? She'd love a bouquet, wouldn't she? Something to cheer her sick bed." Rose's eyes lit up, her hands clasping together as she glanced at the daisies scattered around her. "Oh, that's a lovely idea," she said, her voice bubbling with delight. "Grandma adores flowers. She'd smile so big if I brought her some." She knelt again, her cape pooling around her, and began gathering blooms, violets, daisies, a sprig of lavender, her tune returning as she lost herself in the task. The wolf watched, its golden eyes gleaming, its tongue flicking across its lips. "Take your time, little Rose," it said, backing into the shadows, its form melting into the trees. "I'll see you soon." She didn't notice its departure, didn't hear the soft thud of its paws as it turned and loped down the path, its strides long and sure, its hunger a fire that burned hotter with each step. The wolf knew the forest's veins, every twist, every shortcut, and it raced ahead, its mind fixed on the house with the red door and ivy walls. Rose's words had painted a map, her trust a key, and the wolf intended to use both. It would reach the grandmother first, its jaws ready to feast, and then wait, its trap set for the girl in the red cape who'd wander into its grasp. Rose hummed on, her basket forgotten beside her, her hands full of flowers as the sun climbed higher. The forest grew quieter around her, its birds falling silent, its breeze stilling as if holding its breath. She tied her bouquet with a blade of grass, her smile wide as she imagined her grandmother's joy, and a rose brushing dirt from her knees. "Time to go," she said, hefting the basket, her cape swirling as she stepped back onto the path. The flowers bounced against her hip, their petals bright, bright against the red wool. And she walked on, her pace slow, her mind lost in the forest's charm. The path wound through the trees, its dirt soft beneath her boots, its edges blurring as the canopy thickened overhead. Rose didn't see the wolf's tracks, deep clawed prints pressed into the earth, nor did she feel the eyes that lingered in the shadows, watching her from afar. The wolf had vanished, its plan in motion, but its presence clung to the air, a scent of musk and menace she couldn't name. She crossed the hill her mother had described. It sloped gentle but steep enough to slow her, and paused at the top, her breath puffing in the cool air as she scanned the forest below. The house wasn't yet in sight, the trees too dense to reveal its red door, but Rose's heart lifted, her mission renewed. Almost there, she murmured, her voice a soft echo, and started down the hill, her cape catching the wind like a sail. The forest watched, its shadows deepening, its silence a warning she didn't heed. Her mother's words, "Don't wander, don't talk to strangers," faded beneath the thrill of her journey, her innocence a thread unraveling with each step toward the trap that waited. Back in the village, Clara stood at the cottage door, her hands twisting in her apron, her brown eyes fixed on the forest's edge. The sun hung high now, its light swallowed by the trees, and a knot tightened in her chest, a mother's fear, sharp and unyielding. Rose had been gone too long, her promise to return by supper, a fragile hope against the forest's fastness. "She's careful," Clara whispered, her breath fogging in the chill, but doubt gnawed at her, a shadow that grew with each passing hour. She stepped onto the path, her gaze tracing the line where her daughter had vanished, and prayed, a silent plea to the wind, to the trees, to whatever watched over her child. The forest held its secrets close, its shadows a curtain that hid the wolf's swift flight. It reached the grandmother's house, a small cottage at the path's end, its red door chipped but bright, its ivy walls curling like a living shield, and paused, its golden eyes glinting with anticipation. The old woman inside was frail, her breath weak with illness, her ears deaf to the danger that prowled beyond her walls. The wolf licked its chops, its hunger a roar in its belly, and raised a paw to knock, its voice ready to weave the lie that would open the door. Rose walked on, her cape a splash of red against the green, her flowers a gift for a grandmother she didn't know was already lost. The path stretched before her, its end hidden by the trees, its silence a lure that masked the jaws, waiting to snap shut. Her mother's warning was a whisper she'd forgotten, her trust a flame that burned too bright, and the forest watched, its shadows patient and vast, as the girl in the red cape stepped closer to her fate. The forest thickened as Rose descended the hill, its trees crowding closer, their branches weaving a ceiling that dimmed the afternoon sun to a faint, dappled glow. Her red cape swayed with each step. The bouquet of wildflowers is tucked into its folds, brushing against her hip, their petals a splash of color against the muted greens and browns. The basket swung at her side, its weight a steady reminder of her mission to bring comfort to her grandmother, waiting in the little house with the red door. Rose hummed softly, her tune a fragile shield against the stillness that had settled over the woods, her hazel eyes scanning the path for the first glimpse of her destination. The wolf, meanwhile, had reached its prize. The grandmother's cottage stood at the forest's edge, a modest dwelling nestled among the pines. its walls clad in ivy that curled like fingers over the weathered logs. The red door gleamed in the dim light, its paint chipped but vivid, a beacon that matched the cape it had inspired. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, a sign of life within, and the wolf paused, its golden eyes narrowing as it scented the air. Wood smoke, herbs, the faint musk of an old woman too weak to hear its approach. Its tongue flicked across its lips, its hunger a fire that roared in its belly, and it stepped forward, its claws vacant on the mossy path. Inside, the grandmother, Eleanor, lay in her bed, her frail frame buried beneath a quilt patched with years of love. Her hair was a wispy silver, her skin wrinkled like parchment, her breath shallow from the fever that had kept her abed for days. She'd waited for Rose, her granddaughter's visits a light in her dimming world. But the illness had dulled her senses, her ears deaf to the soft tap at the door. The wolf raised a paw, its knock gentle, its voice a mimicry of the girl it had met, a high, sweet tone that carried through the wood. "Grandma, it's Rose," it called, its words a lie wrapped in warmth, its tail swishing with anticipation. Eleanor stirred, her eyes fluttering open, her lips curving into a faint smile. "Rose," she rasped, her voice weak but eager, and pushed herself up, the quilt slipping as she reached for the latch string. "Come in, dear. Oh, how I've missed you." The door creaked open, and the wolf stepped inside, its bulk filling the frame, its golden eyes glinting in the firelight. Eleanor's smile faltered, her hand trembling as she saw the beast. But before she could scream, it lunged, jaws wide, teeth flashing, and swallowed at her whole, its gulp a thunderclap in the small room. The bed sagged, the quilt tumbling to the floor, and the cottage fell silent, its warmth tainted by the wolf's presence. The beast licked its chops, its belly swollen, but its hunger unslaked. Eleanor was a morsel, a prelude to the sweeter prize that followed. It rummaged through the room, its claws snagging on the quilt, its nose sniffing out the old woman's scent. It found her nightgown, a faded cotton shift, and slipped it over its gray fur, the fabric stretching tight across its shoulders. A cap lay on the pillow, its lace crumpled, and the wolf pulled it on, tucking its ears beneath the brim. It climbed into the bed, the frame groaning under its weight, and pulled the quilt up, its golden eyes peering from the shadows as it settled to wait, its breath a low rumble masked by the fire's crackle. Rose reached the path's end as the sun dipped lower, its light fading to a soft orange that gilded the trees. The cottage came into view, its red door a welcome sight, its ivy walls a promise of warmth after the forest's chill. She quickened her pace, her boots crunching on the gravel, her bouquet bouncing as she clutched the basket tighter. "Grandma's going to love these," she murmured, her voice bright with excitement. Her mother's warnings, a distant echo drowned by the thrill of arrival. She didn't notice the stillness. No birds sang, no wind stirred, the forest holding its breath as she approached the trap. She knocked, her small fist rapping against the wood, and called out, "Grandma, it's Rose! I've brought you something." The wolf stirred, its ears twitching beneath the cap, its voice shifting to match the old woman's rasp. A weak, trembling tone laced with false cheer. "Come in, my dear," it croaked. "The door's unlatched. Just push it open." Rose smiled, her hazel eyes sparkling, and stepped inside, the warmth hitting her like a wave after the forest's cold embrace. The room was dim, the fire low, its shadows stretching across the walls, and she set the basket on the table, her cape pooling around her as she turned to the bed. The figure beneath the quilt was strange, larger than she remembered, its shape bulky under the fabric, its face half hidden in the cap's shadow. Rose tilted her head, her bouquet still in hand, and stepped closer, her boots soft on the wooden floor. "Grandma," she said, her voice a mix of curiosity and concern, "you look different." The wolf's eyes gleamed, its lips curling back in a grin that showed too many teeth, but it kept its tone soft, its claws hidden beneath the quilt. "It's just the fever, dear," it said. "Come closer. Let me see my sweet Rose." She hesitated, a flicker of unease stirring in her chest. Her mother's words, "Don't talk to strangers," pricking at her memory. But this was her grandmother's house, her grandmother's bed, and the voice, though odd, carried a warmth she trusted. She took another step, her cape brushing the floor, and peered at the figure, her brow furrowing as she noticed the details. "Grandma," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "what big ears you have." The wolf's ears twitched, its grin widening. "All the better to hear you with, my dear," it replied, its tone a purr that masked the growl beneath. Rose frowned, her hands tightening around the flowers, and stepped closer still, the firelight casting her shadow across the bed. "And what big eyes you have," she said, her gaze locking with the golden orbs that stared back. "Their glow, too sharp, too alive." "All the better to see you with," the wolf said, its voice dipping lower, its claws flexing beneath the quilt. She leaned in, her heart thudding now, her innocence warring with a fear she couldn't name. "And what big teeth you have," she whispered, her breath catching as the wolf's grin stretched wide, its fangs glinting like knives in the dimness. "All the better to eat you with," it roared, throwing off the quilt, its nightgown tearing as it leapt from the bed, its jaws gaping wide. Rose screamed, her bouquet scattering across the floor, and stumbled back, her cape tangling around her legs as she turned to run. The wolf lunged, its claws raking the air inches from her, its growl a thunder that shook the cottage. She darted for the door, her small frame fueled by panic. But the wolf was faster, its bulk blocking her path, its teeth snapping as it cornered her against the wall. "Help!" she cried, her voice piercing the silence, her hands clawing at the wood. But the forest offered no answer, its shadows complicit in the wolf's trap. The beast loomed over her, its breath hot and rank, its golden eyes glinting with triumph. "Sweet little Rose," it snarled, its tongue lolling as it opened its jaws wider. "You'll taste even better than your grandmother." She screamed again, her cape a red blur as she ducked. But the wolf's paw swiped, knocking her to the floor, her head striking the table's edge with a dull thud. Darkness swam at the edges of her vision, her body limp as the wolf loomed closer, its jaws descending. With a final guttural growl, it swallowed her whole, its gulp a sound that echoed through the cottage, its belly swelling as it claimed its second prize. The beast staggered back, its hunger sated for now, and collapsed onto the bed, the frame creaking beneath its weight. The fire flickered low, its light dimming as the wolf's snores filled the room, its cap slipping to the floor, its nightgown stretched tight across its fur. The cottage fell silent, the red door ajar, the basket untouched on the table, its contents a gift that would never be given. Roses' flowers lay scattered, daisies crushed, violets wilting, a testament to her trust, her innocence snuffed out by the wolf's cunning. The forest stood watch, its shadows vast and unyielding, its silence a shroud over the trap that had closed. Back in the village, Clara paced the cottage floor, her hands twisting in her apron, her brown eyes darting to the window as the sun sank below the horizon. Rose hadn't returned. The supper hour long past, and the knot in her chest tightened into a fist of dread. She promised, she whispered, her voice breaking, and stepped outside, the wind carrying her daughter's name into the forest's maw. Rose, she called, her shout swallowed by the trees, but no answer came, only the echo of her fear and the distant howl of a wolf sated by its feast. The house in the woods stood quiet, its red door a mute witness to the danger that slept within, waiting for the dawn to reveal its toll. The forest cloaked the grandmother's cottage in a shroud of dusk, its shadows deepening as the last light of day bled into twilight. Inside, the wolf sprawled across the sagging bed, its gray fur spilling from the torn nightgown, its cap crumpled on the floor beside scattered daisies. Its snores rumbled through the small room, a guttural sound that drowned out the fire's faint crackle, its belly swollen with the weight of its feast, Eleanor and Rose, swallowed whole in its ravenous jaws. The red door hung ajar, a sliver of cold air creeping in, and the basket sat untouched on the table, its bread and honey a silent testament to the girl who'd never reached her destination. Beyond the trees, in the village, Clara's fear sharpened into desperation. The sun had set, the supper hour long gone, and Rose's absence gnawed at her like a blade in her chest. She paced the cottage floor, her hands wringing her apron, her brown eyes darting to the window where the forest loomed black and unyielding. She promised, Clara whispered, her voice trembling, her mind replaying every word of her warning. Don't wander. Don't talk to strangers. The silence mocked her, the wind carrying no echo of her daughter's hum, and dread settled heavy in her bones. She couldn't wait any longer. Clara seized a lantern, its flame flickering as she lit it, and stepped into the night, her shawl pulled tight against the chill. The village was quiet, its hearths dim, its people huddled against the cold. But she didn't care. She marched to the tavern at its heart, her boots pounding the cobblestones, her voice rising in a plea that shattered the stillness. My Rose is gone, she cried, bursting through the door, her lantern swinging. She went to her grandmother's hours ago, and she's not back. Someone, please help me. The room hushed, grizzled faces turning, tankards pausing mid-sip, and a murmur rippled through the crowd. Fear, pity, the weight of the forest's reputation. One man rose, his silhouette broad against the firelight. A huntsman named Lucas, his leather coat patched and worn, his beard streaked with gray. His hands bore the scars of years tracking game through the wilds, his blue eyes sharp with a quiet strength that had felled bears and boars alike. He'd roamed the forest's paths, knew its secrets, and carried a rifle slung over his shoulder, its barrel glinting in the tavern's glow. I'll go, he said, his voice low but firm, cutting through the murmurs. I've heard the wolves howling lately. Too close, too bold. If she's out there, I'll find her. Clara's tears spilled, her hands clutching his arm. Thank you, she choked. Please, bring her back. She's got a red cape. You can't miss her. Lucas nodded, his jaw tightening, and turned to the door, his boots heavy on the floorboards. Stay here, he told her. I'll be back by dawn, with Rose, or word of her. The tavern watched him go, their whispers trailing after him. Tales of the wolf, the beast that haunted the woods, a shadow no man had tamed. Lucas stepped into the forest, his lantern casting a pool of light that danced across the trees, his rifle gripped in one hand, a knife sheathed at his belt. The path to the grandmother's cottage was one he'd walked before, a straight trail past the oak and the stone bridge, its dirt packed by years of cautious feet. But tonight it felt different, the air thick with a stillness that prickled his skin. He moved swiftly, his senses honed by decades in the wild, ears catching the rustle of leaves, eyes scanning for tracks, nose sniffing the wind for the musk of fur. The forest was too quiet, its birds silent, its breeze stilled. And Lucas knew something was wrong. He reached the cottage as the moon rose, its silver light spilling through the trees to gleam on the red door, ajar and swaying in the wind. His lantern lifted, its glow revealing the chaos within. Flowers crushed on the floor, a quilt torn and discarded. The fire dwindled to embers. His heart sank, his hand tightening on his rifle, and he stepped inside, his boots soft on the wood, his breath held as he scanned the room. The wolf lay on the bed, its bulk grotesque in the nightgown, its snores a rumble that vibrated the walls, its belly swollen beyond reason, a bulge that moved faintly, unnaturally, as if life stirred within. Lucas froze, his blue eyes narrowing, his mind racing as he pieced it together. The red cape, crumpled in a corner, its wool streaked with dirt, told him Rose had been here, and the wolf's sighs told him more. He'd heard tales, old stories of beasts that swallowed their prey whole, their stomachs a prison rather than a grave, and a spark of hope flared in his chest. You greedy bastard, he muttered, his voice a growl, and set his lantern on the table, its light steady as he drew his knife, its blade glinting in the moon's glow. The wolf stirred, its snores faltering, its golden eyes slitting open as Lucas approached. But sleep and gluttony dulled its senses. It didn't wake fully, didn't sense the danger until the blade was poised above its belly. With a swift, sure stroke, Lucas sliced, the knife cutting deep, parting fur and flesh, blood spilling dark and hot onto the quilt. The wolf roared, its eyes snapping wide, its claws flailing as it thrashed. But Lucas held firm, his hands steady as he widened the gash. A gasp broke the air, a human sound, and Rose tumbled free, her red cape tangled around her, her chestnut hair matted with sweat, her hazel eyes blinking in the sudden light. Rose! Lucas cried, dropping the knife to pull her clear, his arms wrapping around her as she coughed, her breath ragged but alive. The wolf's howl turned to a whimper, its strength fading, and then Eleanor emerged, frail, trembling, her silver hair wild, her nightgown torn, but her spirit intact. Lucas hauled her out, his hands gentle despite the blood that stained them, and the two sat dazed on the floor, their gasps mingling with the wolf's dying groans. You're safe, he said, his voice rough with relief. Both of you, by God, you're safe. The wolf staggered to its feet, its belly gaping, its golden eyes wild with pain and rage. It lunged, its claws raking the air, But Lucas was faster. He seized his rifle, its barrel cold and against his shoulder, and fired. The shot echoed through the cottage, a thunderclap that shattered the silence, and the wolf fell, its body crumpling to the floor, its eyes dimming as blood pooled beneath it. The beast was dead. Its reign ended. The forest's shadow lifted by a single bullet. Rose sobbed, her small frame shaking as she clung to Lucas, her cape a shield against the nightmare she'd escaped. Eleanor reached for her, her wrinkled hands trembling as she pulled her granddaughter close, their tears mingling as they held each other. "My Rose," she whispered, her voice weak but fierce. "You're alive. Oh, my brave girl." Lucas stood over them, his rifle lowered, his chest heaving as he wiped the blood from his hands, his blue eyes softening with a quiet pride. "You're tougher than you look," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Both of you." The cottage settled into silence, the fire flickering low, the wolf's body a still heap in the corner. Lucas retrieved the basket, its contents intact, and handed it to Eleanor, her smile frail but real as she clutched it. "Mama sent this," Rose said, her voice hoarse, her hands brushing the flowers crushed beneath her cape. I wanted to bring you flowers too." Eleanor's eyes glistened, her fingers tracing Rose's cheek. "You're here," she said. "That's more than enough." Lucas stoked the fire, its warmth spreading through the room, and kept watch as Rose and Eleanor rested, their strength returning with each breath. The night stretched on, the forest quiet now, its menace slain, its secrets laid bare. At dawn, he led them back, Rose leaning on his arm, her cape draped over her shoulders, Eleanor hobbling beside her, the basket swinging at his side. The village loomed ahead, its lights a promise of safety, and Clara's cry broke the stillness as she ran to meet them, her lantern clattering to the ground. "Rose!" she sobbed, pulling her daughter into her arms, her hands clutching the red cape as if to anchor her to the earth. "You're alive. Oh, my girl, you're alive." She embraced Eleanor, her tears soaking the old woman's hair, and turned to Lucas, her gratitude a flood that words couldn't hold. "Thank you," she choked. "You brought them back to me." He nodded, his rifle slung over his shoulder, his voice steady. "It was the wolf," he said. "Biggest I've seen. It's dead now. Won't trouble anyone again." The village stirred, its people gathering as the tale spread. Rose and Eleanor saved, the wolf slain, the huntsman a hero in their midst. They carried the trio to the cottage, their voices a chorus of relief, their hands offering bread and blankets. Lucas stood at the door, his coat blood-stained, but his stance tall, his blue eyes tracing the family he'd preserved. "Keep that cape close," he told Rose, a wry smile breaking through. "It's what led me to you." The fire roared anew, the cottage warm with life, and the forest retreated, its shadows no longer a threat. Rose sat between her mother and grandmother, her cape a comfort, her hazel eyes wide with the weight of survival, and the lesson it had carved into her soul. The dawn broke over the village with a soft, golden light, its rays piercing the forest's edge to gild the cobblestone streets and thatched roofs. Rose walked between her mother, Clara, and her grandmother, Eleanor, her small hand clasped in theirs, her red cape draped over her shoulders like a banner of survival. The huntsman, Lucas, led the way, his rifle slung across his back, his leather coat stained with the wolf's blood, but his stride steady with the quiet pride of a task well done. The basket swung at his side, its bread, honey, and wine intact, a gift that had survived the nightmare, now a symbol of the family reunited. The village stirred as they approached, its people spilling from their cottages, their faces a mix of disbelief and relief as they saw Rose and Eleanor alive. "They're back!" a woman cried, her apron flapping as she ran to meet them, and the cry spread, a wave of voices that broke the morning's hush. Clara's tears fell freely, her arms tightening around Rose, her brown eyes glistening as she waved to the crowd. "She's safe," she called, her voice breaking. "My girl's safe, and my mother too." Eleanor leaned on her daughter, her silver hair wild, but her smile bright, her frail hands clutching the basket as if it anchored her to this moment. Lucas stepped aside, his blue eyes scanning the gathering, his presence a shield as the villagers swarmed around them. Children tugged at Rose's cape, their eyes wide with wonder, while men clapped Lucas on the shoulder, their gruff voices praising his shot. Women pressed bread and blankets into Clara's hands, their chatter a chorus of gratitude that drowned out the forest's lingering shadow. "The wolf's dead," a man shouted, raising a tankard he'd carried from the tavern, and the cheer that followed echoed through the village, a triumph over the beast that had haunted their tales. They reached the cottage, its door flung wide, its hearth cold from Clara's sleepless night. Lucas stoked the fire, his hands deft as he piled logs, the flames roaring to life with a warmth that chased the chill from their bones. Clara settled Eleanor by the hearth, wrapping her in a quilt, her hands trembling as she brushed the old woman's hair. "You're home," she whispered, her voice thick with relief, and Eleanor nodded, her wrinkled fingers tracing Clara's cheek. "Thanks to Rose and that huntsman," she said, her tone soft but fierce, her eyes flicking to Lucas with a gratitude that needed no words. Rose sank onto a stool, her cape pooling around her, her hazel eyes tracing the room, the table where she'd eaten breakfast, the window where she'd waved goodbye, the hearth where she'd sung with her mother. It felt like a lifetime since she'd left, her adventure a thread that had unraveled her world and stitched it back together. She clutched the cape's hem, its red wool streaked with dirt and torn at the edges, and a shiver ran through her, not from cold, but from the memory of the wolf's jaws, its golden eyes, the darkness that had swallowed her whole. Clara knelt before her hands cupping Rose's face, her thumbs brushing away the tears that welled in her daughter's eyes. "Tell me," she said, her voice gentle but urgent, "what happened out there?" Rose swallowed, her breath hitching, and the words spilled out, a flood of fear and wonder that filled the cottage with her tale. "I went to Grandma's," she began, her voice trembling, "with the basket, like you said. But the forest, it was so pretty, Mama. I stopped to pick flowers, just for a little while, and then the wolf came." She described it, its smooth voice, its cunning questions, the way it had lured her off the path with talk of bouquets. "I told it where Grandma lived," she said, her hands twisting in her lap, her eyes dropping with shame. "I didn't know. I thought it was nice, like a friend. But it ran ahead, and when I got there, it wasn't Grandma in the bed. It was the wolf, wearing her clothes, waiting for me. Her voice broke, her tears falling as she recounted the trap, its big ears, its glowing eyes, its teeth snapping as it leapt. I tried to run, but it caught me, and then everything went dark. Clara's arms wrapped around her, pulling her close, her sob muffled against Rose's hair. "Oh, my girl," she whispered. "You didn't know. You couldn't have known." Eleanor reached out, her hand resting on Rose's shoulder, her voice steady despite her frailty. "It was clever, that beast," she said, "and quick. It got me to first, swallowed me before I could shout. But you're here, Rose. We're both here, because of you and that huntsman." Lucas stood by the door, his rifle propped against the wall, his blue eyes softening as he listened. "She's brave," he said, his voice low. "Braver than most. I found the cottage, saw the wolf sleeping, its belly too big to be natural, cut it open, and out they came, alive and kicking." He nodded to Rose, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "That cape of yours, it's what led me there. Red as a signal, bright enough to spot from the path." Rose looked down at the cape, its wool worn but warm, and a realization settled over her, a weight that pressed against her chest, a lesson carved into her soul. "I should have listened," she said, her voice small but firm, her hazel eyes meeting her mother's. "You told me, straight there, no wandering, no strangers. I forgot, and it nearly took us all." She clutched the cape tighter. It's read a reminder now, not just of her grandmother's love, but of the danger her trust had invited. "I'll never forget again, Mama. I promise." Clara's tears fell anew, her hands framing Rose's face, her smile a mix of sorrow and pride. "You're safe now," she said, "and that's what matters. You've learned, my Rose, learned more than I ever wanted you to, but you're stronger for it." She kissed her forehead, her embrace a shield that held the world at bay, and Eleanor nodded, her frail hand squeezing Rose's. "We're tougher than we look," she said, her smile faint but real. "And we've got each other." The village wouldn't let the moment pass quietly. By midday, the tavern buzzed with plans. A feast to celebrate the return of Rose and Eleanor, to honor Lucas as the hero who'd slain the wolf. Tables were dragged into the square, their wood groaning under platters of bread, roasted meat, and apples stewed with cinnamon. Tankards clinked, their ale foaming as men toasted the huntsman, their voices a roar that drowned out the wind. Women wove garlands of late blooms, their hands deft as they draped them over Rose and Eleanor, their laughter a melody that filled the air. Rose sat at the heart of it, her cape cleaned and mended by Clara's careful hands, its red a beacon that drew every eye. Children crowded around her, their questions a flurry. "Was the wolf big? Did it growl? Were you scared?" And she answered, her voice steady now, her tale growing with each telling. "It was huge," she said, her hazel eyes wide, with teeth like knives and eyes that glowed. "I was scared, terrified, but the huntsman saved us, cut us right out of its belly." The children gasped, their awe a mirror to her own, and she smiled, her fear fading into a story she could hold. Lucas stood by the fire pit, his coat brushed clean, his rifle propped nearby as men pressed tankards into his hands. Their praise a weight he bore with a quiet nod. "One shot," they said, "right through the heart. Best huntsman we've got." He shrugged, his smile wry, his blue eyes flicking to Rose. "It was the girl's cape," he said. "Led me straight to her. Luck and a good aim. That's all it took." But the village wouldn't hear it. They raised their cups higher, their cheer a thunder that rolled through the square. Eleanor rested beside Clara, her quilt draped over her knees, her strength returning with each bite of bread and sip of wine. "She's learned her lesson," she murmured, her eyes on Rose, "and she'll carry it with her. Caution's a gift, once you've earned it." Clara nodded, her hand resting on her mother's, her relief a warmth that matched the fire. "She's still my Rose," she said, "but wiser now. We'll keep her close." And the forest at bay. The feast stretched into the night, the stars winking through the trees, the village alive with a joy that defied the cold. Rose danced with the children, her cape swirling like a flame, her laughter a sound that healed the wounds of her ordeal. Lucas watched from the sidelines, his tankard untouched, his gaze tracing the girl he'd saved. A spark of red against the dark, a life reclaimed from the wolf's jaws. "Keep that promise," he called as she spun past, and she grinned, her nod a vow renewed. The forest stood silent beyond the village, its shadows softened by the light that spilled from the square. The wolf was gone, its reign ended, its tale a warning that would echo through generations. Rose grew older in the years that followed, her cape a constant companion, its red a reminder of the day she'd wandered and returned. She never strayed from the path again, her steps sure, her trust tempered by the wisdom she'd gained. A girl who'd faced the fooled and emerged stronger, her mother's words a compass she'd never ignore. And so they lived, safe, happy, forever, a family bound by love and a lesson learned, a village strengthened by their tale, and a red cape that shone as a symbol of caution's quiet power. Story: The Three Little Pigs. In a verdant corner of a sprawling forest, where sunlight dappled the earth through a canopy of ancient oaks, and the air hummed with the gentle rush of a nearby river, stood a cozy wooden cottage nestled among wildflowers. Its walls were weathered but sturdy, its thatched roof a patchwork of straw and moss, its chimney puffing wisps of smoke that curled into the sky like a mother's sigh. Here lived Mama Pig, a sow of wisdom and warmth, her fur a soft gray, streaked with silver, her eyes deep and knowing from years of tending her brood. With her were her three children, Percy, Pip, and Penny, three little pigs whose snouts twitched with curiosity and whose tails wagged with the energy of youth. Percy was the eldest, a stout piglet with a bristly coat of brown and a grin that stretched wide across his round face. He was strong but lazy, his days spent rolling in the mud or napping beneath the sun, his laughter a bellow that echoed through the trees. Pip, the middle child, was slimmer, his fur a lighter tan, his eyes dreamy and distant as he sketched patterns in the dirt with a stick or hummed tunes only he could hear. Penny, the youngest, was the smallest, a delicate piglet with a coat of pale pink, her snout always sniffing for order, her mind sharp with a care that belied her size. Together, they filled the cottage with noise and life, their mother's pride a warmth that held them close. But the seasons turned, and the little pigs grew, Percy's bristles thickening, Pip's dreams stretching beyond the forest's edge, Penny's diligence sharpening with each passing day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed red and gold, and the river sparkled like a ribbon of glass, Mamma Pig gathered them by the hearth, her gray fur glinting in the firelight, her voice steady but firm. "My dears," she said, her snout twitching, her eyes tracing each of them, "you're not piglets anymore. You're grown, or near enough. It's time to leave this nest, to build your own homes, to stand on your own hooves." Percy snorted, his tail flicking as he sprawled by the fire, his grin wide. "Leave," he said, his voice a rumble. "Why bother? It's cozy here. Mud to roll in, food on the table. What more do I need?" Pip looked up from his sketch, a swirl of leaves he'd drawn in the ashes, his eyes glinting with a dreamer's light. "A home of my own," he mused. "Something pretty, with windows to catch the sun. Maybe I'll paint the walls." Penny sat straight, her small hooves tapping the floor, her voice quiet but resolute. "We need to be ready," she said. "Safe, strong homes like you taught us, Mama." Mamma Pig nodded, her smile faint but warm, her hands reaching into a woven sack to pull 3 small pouches, their leather worn but heavy with coins. "These are for you," she said, passing one to each. "A start, enough to build what you choose. But listen well, my loves. The forest is kind, but it's wild. There's a wolf out there, big and gray, with eyes like fire and teeth like knives. He roams these woods, hungry for more than berries. Build strong, or he'll huff and puff until you've nothing left." Percy laughed, his pouch jangling as he tucked it under his arm, his snout wrinkling. "A wolf?" he said. "Let him try. I'll outrun him, or sleep through his huffing. I'm not scared of fairy tales." Pip took his pouch, his fingers tracing its edges, his voice soft. "I'll make something lovely," he said. "Maybe he'll see it and leave me be. Beauty's its own shield." Penny clutched hers, her small face set with determination, her tone firm. "I'll build right," she said. "Solid, safe. No wolf will touch us if we're smart." Mamma Pig's eyes softened, her hand brushing each snout, her voice a whisper. "Choose wisely," she said, "and stay close. Your strength is in each other." The next morning, the 3 little pigs stood at the cottage door, their pouches slung over their shoulders, their tails wagging with a mix of excitement and nerves. The forest stretched before them, its paths winding into shadow, its air alive with the rustle of leaves and the call of birds. "Time to go," Percy said, his grin wide, his hooves stomping the earth as he turned to the left, his path of a lazy curve toward the riverbank. "I'll see you around. Don't work too hard." Pip waved, his pouch bouncing as he took the middle path, his eyes tracing the treetops. "I'll find a spot with light," he said. "Something to inspire me." Penny lingered, her small form steady as she hugged Mamma Pig, her voice soft. "I'll make you proud," she said, and chose the right path, her steps deliberate toward the forest's heart. Mamma Pig watched them go, her gray fur ruffling in the breeze, her eyes glistening with a mother's hope and fear. "Be safe," she whispered, her voice lost to the wind, her hands clutching the doorframe as their tails vanished into the green. The cottage grew quiet, its hearth a flicker of warmth they'd left behind, its walls a memory of the home they'd outgrown. The forest swallowed them, its shadows vast and patient, its secrets poised to test the choices they'd make. Percy wandered with a swagger, his pouch jangling, his snout sniffing the air as he reached the riverbank, a stretch of soft earth and swaying reeds, its water glinting in the sun. Perfect, he said, his voice a rumble, his hooves kicking the mud. No need to fuss. Quick and easy's the way. He traded his coins for a bundle of straw from a passing farmer, its stalks dry and light, and set to work or play as he saw it, stacking the straw into a lopsided hut, its walls flimsy, its roof a tangle that swayed in the breeze. By noon, he was done, his tail wagging as he flopped inside, his grin wide. Good enough, he said. Time for a nap. Pip meandered down his path, his eyes tracing the light that pierced the canopy. His pouch clutched as he reached a clearing, a circle of grass framed by slender birches, its air alive with birdsong. Beautiful, he murmured, his voice soft, his hooves brushing the earth as he dreamed. He spent his coins on planks of thin wood from a carpenter's cart, their grain smooth and pale, and built a cottage, its walls curved, its windows carved with flower shapes, its roof a slant that caught the sun. By dusk, he stepped back, his tail wagging, his sketches pinned inside. A work of art, he said, fit for a dreamer like me. Penny pressed deeper, her small form steady, her pouch heavy as she reached a rocky rise, a spot sturdy and sheltered, its earth firm beneath the trees. Safe, she said, her voice quiet, her snout sniffing for strength. She traded her sins for bricks and mortar from a mason's yard, her hands guiding the work as she hired a builder to help, walls of red G-brick rising, a chimney stout and tall, a door of iron bolted tight. A week passed, her hooves dusty, her face set with focus, and when it stood complete, solid, unyielding, she smiled, her tail still. Home, she said, ready for anything. The forest watched, its shadows deepening as the three little pigs settled into their new lives. Percy napping in his straw hut, Pip painting in his wooden cottage, Penny stoking her brick hearth. Their mother's warning lingered, a whisper in the wind, but the days were bright, the air warm, and the wolf, a shadow in the deep woods, stayed silent. Its gray fur bristled, its red eyes glinted, its nose twitched as it caught their scent. Three little pigs, ripe and close, a hunger stirring in its belly. Soon, it growled, its voice a rumble through the trees, its claws flexing as it paced, its shadow a promise of the storm to come. Percy snored, his straw rustling, his dreams of mud and sun unbroken by the threat he'd laughed off. Pip hummed, his brush tracing swirls on wood, his mind lost to beauty that shielded no danger. Penny sat by her fire, her small hands steady, her eyes tracing the iron door. A pig who'd listened, who'd built, who'd wait. The river flowed, the forest breathed, and the kingdom stretched beyond. Its palace a distant gleam, its king unaware of the tale unfolding in the wilds. The three little pigs stood apart, their homes a testament to their choices, straw, wood, brick, a trio poised on the edge of a test they couldn't yet see. Mama Pig's cottage stood empty, its hearth cold, its door ajar as she waited. A mother's hope, a thread that tied them still, a strength they'd need when the wolf's howl broke the silence. The forest held its breath, its shadows vast and watchful, as the tale of the three little pigs began. A journey of independence, a lesson in the making, a storm on the horizon. The forest stretched, wide and wild around the paths the three little pigs had chosen, its canopy a patchwork of green and gold, its air alive with the rustle of leaves and the distant gurgle of the river. The sun climbed higher each day, its warmth a gentle nudge to the trio as they settled into their newfound independence, their mothers' pouches of coins, now spent, their homes rising like markers of their spirits. Percy, Pip, and Penny had parted with a wave and a promise to visit, but their trails diverged, each path a reflection of the pig who trod it, lazy, dreamy, diligent, and the houses they built a testament to the choices they'd made. Percy had wandered to the riverbank, a stretch of soft earth where reeds swayed in the breeze, and the water sparkled like a mirror under the midday sun. His brown bristles gleamed with sweat as he'd hefted his bundle of straw, his pouch lighter after a quick barter with a farmer whose cart rattled past. Cheap and fast, he'd said, his grin wide, his tail flicking as he tossed the coins over. No need to fuss when I've got all I want right here. The straw was dry, its stalks brittle and golden, a pile he could shape with a kick and a shove. No tools, no toil, just a lazy pig's dream of ease. He set to work, or play as he saw it, stacking the straw into a lopsided hut, its walls thin and wobbly, its roof a tangle that drooped like a tired yawn. The river lapped at the bank nearby, its cool breath a comfort as he patted the last stalks into place, his hooves muddy, his snout twitching with satisfaction. "Done!" he bellowed, his voice a rumble that scared a flock of sparrows from the reeds, his grin stretching as he flopped inside. The straw rustled beneath him, its scent sharp and sweet, and he stretched out, his eyes half closed, his tail wagging lazily. "Good enough," he said. "Plenty of time for napping now. No wolf's gonna bother me out here." The hut stood crooked, its walls swaying in the breeze, its gaps wide enough to let the sun peek through. A shelter fit for a pig who prized rest over rigor, its flimsiness a mirror to Percy's carefree heart. He rolled onto his back, his pouch empty, his laughter a low hum as he drifted into a doze. The forest's whispers a lullaby he didn't heed. Mama Pig's warning, "Build strong or he'll huff and puff," was a distant echo, lost to the river's song and the sun's warm embrace. Pip had chosen a different path, one that wound through a clearing where slender birches framed a circle of grass, their white bark catching the light like strokes of paint on a canvas. His tan fur ruffled in the wind as he'd traded his coins for planks of thin wood from a carpenter's cart, his dreamy eyes tracing their grain, smooth, pale, a palette shed for his art. "Something pretty," he'd murmured, his voice soft, his tail wagging as he handed over the pouch. "A house to match the forest's charm." The carpenter shrugged, his cart creaking away, and Pip set to work, his hooves nimble as he shaped his vision. He built a cottage, its walls curved like a melody, its roof slanted to catch the sun, its windows carved with flower shapes that let the light spill in like a painter's brush. The wood was light, its planks nailed with care but not strength, its joints loose where beauty trumped sturdiness. By dusk, he stepped back, his snout dusted with sawdust, his eyes glinting with pride as he surveyed his creation. A home as delicate as a dream, its walls a canvas for the sketches he'd pin inside. Perfect, he said, his voice a hum, his tail curling as he ducked through the door, his pouch empty, his heart full. Inside, he hung his drawings, swirls of leaves, sketches of clouds, his hooves tracing the wood as he hummed a tune, the forest's bird song, a chorus to his art. The cottage swayed slightly in the wind, its creaks a soft song he didn't mind, its fragility a price he paid for charm. Who needs stone? He murmured, his eyes half closed. Beauty's my shield. No wolf would ruin this. Mama Pig's words, build strong, faded beneath his hum. His dreams a wall against the danger he didn't see. Penny had pressed deeper, her small hooves steady on a path that climbed a rocky rise, a spot sheltered by towering pines, its earth firm and unyielding beneath her feet. Her pale pink fur gleamed with determination as she'd traded her coins for bricks and mortar from a mason's yard. Her pouch emptied with purpose, her voice quiet but firm. Solid, she'd said, her snout sniffing the clay. Safe, nothing less. The mason nodded, his helpers hauling the load, and Penny oversaw the work, her hands guiding, her eyes tracing each brick as it rose. She built a house of red brick, its walls thick and straight, its chimney stout and tall, its door forged of iron with bolts that clicked like a promise. The builder worked beside her, his hammer ringing through the forest, and she fetched water, mixed mortar, her small form tireless as the days stretched into a week. The windows were small, their panes thick, the roof tiled with slate, every detail a shield against the wilds. By the seventh dusk, it stood complete, unshakable, its red walls glowing in the fading light, its iron door a barrier no wind could breach. Home, she said, her voice steady, her tail still as she stepped inside, her hearth crackling with the fire she'd lit. The brick house was a fortress, its warmth a reward for her labor, its strength a mirror to her care. Penny sat by the fire, her pouch empty, her small hands resting as she traced the walls with her eyes, her snout twitching with pride. Safe, she murmured, just like Mama said. No wolf's getting through this. Her mother's warning, he'll huff and puff, was a lesson she'd carved into every brick, a truth she'd built to last. The forest watched, its shadows lengthening, as the three little pigs settled into their homes, Percy snoring in his straw hut, Pip sketching in his wooden cottage, Penny tending her brick hearth. Their choices stood apart, flimsy, frail, firm, each a reflection of the pig who'd shaped it, each a step toward the test they couldn't yet see. The river flowed, the trees whispered, and the days passed in a quiet that belied the storm brewing beyond their sight. Deep in the forest's heart, where the shadows thickened and the air grew cold, a presence stirred. A wolf, large and gray, its fur matted with the wilds, its red eyes glinting like embers in the dusk. It was a beast of legend, its snout long and scarred, its claws sharp as thorns, its hunger a growl that rumbled through the trees. It had roamed these woods for years, its jaws claiming rabbits and deer, its howl a terror that kept the villagers at bay. But the scent of pigs, 3 little pigs, ripened close, drifted on the wind, a lure that sharpened its appetite, a promise it couldn't resist. The wolf paced, its nose twitching as it caught their trails. Straw by the river, wood in the clearing, brick upon the rise. Fresh meat, it growled, its voice a rumble that shook the leaves, its tail flicking as it sniffed the air. 3 little pigs, building homes, foolish, fat, and mine. It had heard their laughter, their hums, their chatter through the trees, Percy's bellow, Pip's tune, Penny's quiet resolve, and its hunger grew, its red eyes narrowing as it traced their paths. I'll huff, it snarled. I'll puff, and they'll fall one by one. The forest held its breath, its shadows a curtain that hid the wolf's slow stalk, its gray form blending with the dusk, its claws silent on the moss, its hunger a storm poised to break. Percy slept, his straw rustling, his dreams of mud unbroken by the threat that crept closer. Pip sketched, his wooden walls creaking, his art a shield he didn't know would fail. Penny sat by her fire, her small ears twitching, her eyes tracing the iron door. A pig who'd built for strength, who'd wait for the wolf she couldn't yet hear. Mama Pig stood at her cottage door, miles away, her gray fur ruffling in the evening breeze, her eyes fixed on the forest's edge where her children had vanished. Be strong, she whispered, her voice a prayer to the wind, her hands clutching the frame as the sun sank low. The river flowed, its song a thread that tied her hope to them, its waters a mirror to the homes they'd raised. Straw, wood, brick, a trio poised on the edge of a tale about to unfold. The wolf's howl rose, a low, chilling note that pierced the dusk, its echo a warning they didn't heed. The 3 little pigs stood apart, their houses a testament to their hearts, their paths a journey yet to converge. A storm on the horizon, a test of strength and will, a tale of survival waiting to begin. The forest lay cloaked in the soft haze of twilight, its golden leaves fading to amber as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the earth. The river's song grew quieter, its sparkle dimming to a silver thread, and the air thickened with the chill of dusk, a stillness that belied the storm stirring in the wilds. The 3 little pigs, Percy, Pip, and Penny, rested in their homes, their days of building behind them, their lives a rhythm of their own making. But the forest's heart pulsed with a darker beat, its shadows parting to reveal the wolf, large, gray, and ravenous, its red eyes glinting like embers as it emerged from the deep woods, its hunger a growl that rumbled through the trees. Percy lounged in his straw hut by the riverbank, his brown bristles dusted with mud, his round belly rising and falling with each snore. The hut swayed in the evening breeze, its walls a flimsy weave of golden stalks, its roof a tangle that drooped over his sleeping form. He'd spent the day napping, his pouch of coins long spent, his tail twitching in dreams of mud baths and endless sun. Mama Pig's warning, build strong or he'll huff and puff, was a whisper he'd laughed off, a fairy tale for piglets, not a pig like him. The river lapped at the bank, its cool breath a comfort he didn't question, its song a lullaby unbroken by the rustle of paws on moss. The wolf's snout twitched as it caught his scent, sweet, ripe, a pig too careless to hide. It padded closer, its gray fur blending with the dusk, its claws silent on the soft earth, its red eyes narrowing as the straw hut came into view. A pig, it growled, its voice a low rumble that shook the reeds. Fat and lazy. Mine. It stopped at the hut's edge, its shadow falling across the straw, its tail flicking as it raised its head, its lungs filling with a breath deep and fierce. Little pig, it called, its voice a snarl that cut through Percy's snores. Let me in, or I'll huff and I'll puff, and your house will fall. Percy jolted awake, his snout wrinkling, his eyes bleary as he rolled to his hooves, his grin faltering. Who's that? He bellowed, his voice a rumble, his tail stiffening as he peeked through a gap in the straw. The wolf's red eyes glared back, its fangs glinting in the twilight, its growl a thunder that shook the hut. Go away, Percy shouted, his bravado a shield. I'm not scared of you. Huff all you want, you big bully. He laughed, a shaky sound that betrayed his nerves, his hooves digging into the mud as he braced himself. The wolf's lips curled, its snout flaring as it drew a breath. A deep, rumbling inhale that sucked the air from the riverbank, its chest swelling like a storm cloud. Huff! It roared and blew, a gust of wind sharp as a blade, its force tearing through the straw like a scythe through wheat. The hut shuddered, its walls collapsing in a cascade of golden shards, its roof scattering like leaves in a gale. Percy squealed, his hooves slipping as the straw rained around him, his tail a blur as he bolted, the wolf's jaws snapping inches from his flank. Help! He cried, his voice high, his legs churning mud as he fled down the path, straight to Pip's wooden cottage. Pip sat inside his fragile home, his tan fur dusted with paint, his dreamy eyes tracing a sketch of the moon he'd pinned to the wall. The cottage glowed in the dusk, its curved wooden walls a soft amber, its flower-carved windows letting the last light spill in like a painter's stroke. He hummed, his tail curling, his hooves brushing a fresh drawing. A river of stars, a dream he'd shaped with care. The forest's quiet was his muse, its beauty a shield he trusted, until the thud of hooves broke his reverie, Percy's bellow piercing the air. Pip! Open the door, quick! Pip leapt up, his sketch fluttering, his eyes wide as he flung the door open, Percy barreling inside, his bristles muddy, his breath ragged. The wolf! Percy gasped, his voice a wheeze. It blew my house down, ate it up, nearly ate me. Pip's snout wrinkled, his tail stiffening as he peeked out. The wolf loomed, its gray form a shadow against the birches, its red eyes glinting as it stalked closer, its growl a rumble that shook the wooden walls. Oh no, Pip whispered, his voice trembling. My house, it's too pretty for this. The wolf stopped, its snout flaring, its claws digging into the earth as it glared at the cottage. Wood, thin and frail, a pig's art no match for its hunger. Little pigs, it snarled, its voice a thunder that rattled the windows. Let me in, or I'll huff and I'll puff, and your house will fall. Pip slammed the door, his hooves fumbling with a wooden bar, his voice high. Stay out, he shouted. This is my home. You can't have it. Percy pressed against the wall, his grin gone, his tail tucked. It's coming, he squealed. We're done for. The wolf laughed, a low, guttural sound that chilled the air, its snout flaring as it drew a breath, deeper than before, its chest swelling like a bellows. Huff! It roared and blew, a blast of wind that slammed the cottage, its planks creaking, its windows shattering in a spray of splinters. The walls buckled, the roof groaned, but Pip and Percy braced it, their hooves digging in, their squeals a chorus of defiance. Hold it! Pip cried, his voice breaking. But the wolf snarled, its shoulder ramming the door. Once, twice, and the wood split, the cottage collapsing in a heap of broken dreams. Pip squealed, his sketches scattering, his hooves slipping as he grabbed Percy, the wolf's jaws snapping as they bolted. Out the back, through the wreckage, their tails a blur as they fled. To Penny! Percy shouted, his voice high, his legs churning earth as they raced down the path. The wolf's howl, a thunder at their heels. The forest blurred around them, its shadows a maze they navigated by instinct, their breath ragged as they reached the rocky rise. Penny's brick house, its red walls glowing in the moonlight, its iron door a beacon of hope. Penny sat by her hearth, her pale pink fur warm in the firelight, her small hooves stirring a pot of soup, carrots and herbs, a comfort she'd made with care. Her brick house stood solid, its walls thick, its chimney puffing smoke into the night, its iron door bolted tight. She'd heard the forest's quiet shift, a howl, faint but chilling, and her snout twitched, her green eyes tracing the shadows beyond her small windows. Something's coming, she murmured, her voice steady, her tail still as she set the ladle down, her mind sharp with the warning Mama Pig had carved into her heart. The door pounded, a frantic thud that shook the bolts, and Percy's voice broke through, high and desperate. Penny, let us in. The wolf, it's after us. She leapt up, her hooves clicking on the stone, her hands unlatching the iron door as Percy and Pip tumbled inside, their bristles muddy, their eyes wide with terror. It blew my house down, Percy gasped, his tail tucked. Straw, gone. Pip clutched a torn sketch, his voice trembling. Mine too. Wood smashed. It's huge, Penny, huge. She slammed the door, her bolts clicking shut, her voice calm but firm. You're safe here, she said, her small form steady as she faced them. Brick holds. Mama said so. Percy sank to the floor, his breath wheezing, his grin a ghost. Safe? That thing, it'll huff us to bits. Pip shivered, his tail curling, his eyes darting to the windows. It's coming. I heard it. Those teeth. Penny's snout twitched, her hands clasping theirs, her tone sharp. Together, she said. We'll face it. Trust me. The wolf's howl pierced the night, a roar that shook the trees, its gray form looming as it reached the rise, its red eyes glinting with a fury stoked by two escapes. It sniffed the air. 3 pigs, ripe and close, their scent a lure that sharpened its hunger. The brick house stood before it, its red walls unyielding, its chimney puffing smoke like a taunt. 3 little pigs, it snarled, its voice a thunder that rattled the iron door. You can't hide. I'll have you all. Its snout flared, its claws scraped the earth, its hunger a storm that broke the forest's quiet. Inside, Percy squealed, his hooves trembling. We're done for! Pip clutched his sketch, his voice a whimper. It's too strong. But Penny stood firm, her small frame a pillar, her green eyes glinting with a resolve they hadn't seen. Not yet, she said, her voice steady. This house, it's ours, and it'll hold. We'll show that wolf. The three little pigs huddled, their tails close, their hearts pounding as the wolf's shadow fell. A test of straw and wood now passed, a trial of brick about to begin. The forest watched, its shadows vast and silent, as the wolf drew its breath. A storm poised to strike, a tale teetering on the edge of survival. The night deepened over the forest, its moon casting a silver glow across the rocky rise where Penny's brick house stood, a fortress of red walls and iron resolve against the encroaching dark. Inside, the three little pigs huddled by the hearth, their breaths a mingle of fear and determination, their tails twitching as the wolf's howl reverberated through the trees. Percy slumped against the wall, his brown bristles matted with sweat, his round face pale as he clutched his trembling hooves. Pip sat beside him, his tan fur streaked with dirt, his dreamy eyes wide with terror, his torn sketch of the moon crumpled in his grasp. Penny stood before them, her pale pink coat steady in the firelight, her small frame a pillar of calm, her green eyes glinting with a resolve that held them together. The wolf's shadow loomed beyond the iron door, its gray form a hulking silhouette against the moonlit rise, its red eyes blazing like twin flames in the night. It paced, its claws scraping the earth, its snout twitching as it sniffed the air. Three pigs, close and ripe, their scent a taunt that fueled its fury. Three little pigs, it snarled, its voice a thunder that shook the forest. Hiding in your brick box, I'll have you yet. Its tail lashed, its jaws parted in a grin that bared fangs sharp as thorns. Its hunger a storm that had toppled straw and wood, now poised to test stone. Percy squealed, his voice high and frantic, his hooves digging into the floor. It's here, he cried. We're done for. Straw, wood, now this. It'll blow us to bits. Pip shivered, his tail curling tight, his voice a whimper as he clutched Percy's arm. Those eyes, those teeth. It's unstoppable, Penny. What do we do? Penny turned, her snout steady, her hands clasped as she faced them, her tone sharp but calm. We're not done, she said. This house, it's brick, iron, built to last. Mama said strong winds. We'll prove it. Together, the wolf's growl rose, a low, guttural rumble that vibrated the walls, its snout flaring as it drew a breath, deep and fierce, its chest swelling like a bellows, stoked with fire. Little pigs, it roared, its voice a blade that cut through the night. Let me in, or I'll huff and I'll puff, and your house will fall. Penny's ears twitched, her small hooves planting firm, her voice steady as she shouted back. Not by the hair of our chins. You'll huff yourself hoarse before this falls. Percy and Pip gaped, their tails stiffening, but her courage steadied them, their squeals softening to gasps. The wolf snarled, its red eyes narrowing, its snout flaring wider as it sucked the air, a breath deeper than before, a gale born of rage and hunger. Huff! It bellowed and blew, a blast of wind that slammed the brick house, its force a howl that rattled the windows, shook the iron door, and sent dust cascading from the chimney. The walls held, their red bricks unyielding, their mortar a bond no gust could break. The wolf's growl turned to a snarl, its claws raking the earth as it drew another breath. Puff! And blew again, its wind a tempest that tore at the slate roof, its roar a thunder that echoed through the forest. Inside, Percy ducked, his hooves over his ears, his voice a squeak. It's gonna get us! Pip pressed against the wall, his sketch trembling in his grasp, his voice a whisper. It's so loud. How's it still standing? Penny stood firm, her small hands braced, her green eyes tracing the walls. Solid, steady, a fortress she'd built with care. It's brick, she said, her tone fierce. It's ours, it holds. Trust it. The wind howled, its fury spent against the unyielding stone, and the wolf staggered, its breath ragged, its red eyes blazing with a fury stoked by failure. It circled, its claws scraping the walls, its snout sniffing for weakness. A crack, a gap, a way in, but the bricks were tight, the mortar thick, the iron door a barrier it couldn't breach. Open up, it roared, its shoulder ramming the door, its thud a drumbeat that shook the frame. The bolts held, the iron groaned, but stood, and Penny's voice rose, a shout through the storm. You'll break your bones before you break this. Percy peeked up, his tail uncurling, his voice a squeak. She's right. It's not budging. Pip's eyes widened, a flicker of hope breaking his fear, his voice soft. Maybe we can win. The wolf's snarl deepened, its rage a fire that burned hotter with each rebuff. Straw had fallen, wood had shattered, but brick defied it. A taunt it couldn't bear. It leapt, its claws raking the walls, its shoulder slamming the door again, once, twice, a third time. Its growls a chorus of frustration as the iron held firm. I'll find a way, it bellowed, its red eyes glinting as it circled to the chimney, its smoke puffing into the night like a challenge. Up there, it snarled. I'll come down, and you'll be mine. Penny's snout twitched, her green eyes sharpening, as she caught its gaze through the window, its gray form climbing, its claws gripping the brick, its tail lashing as it reached the chimney's edge. The chimney, she whispered, her mind racing, her small hands clenching as a spark flared within her. A plan, clever and quick, a trap to turn the wolf's hunger against it. Percy, Pip, help me, she said, her voice sharp, her hooves darting to the hearth where the fire crackled, its pot of soup simmering with the heat she'd stoked. Percy scrambled up, his round belly jiggling, his voice high. What do we do? Pip leapt to her side, his tan fur trembling, his voice a squeak. It's coming! Fast! Penny grabbed the pot, its iron hot in her hands, and dumped the soup, carrots and herbs, spilling across the floor, her voice steady. Water, boil it now! She hauled a bucket from the corner, its contents sloshing as she poured it into the pot, her hooves stoking the fire higher, its flames roaring with a heat that filled the room. Percy, the bellows, pump it. Pip, the lid, open the chimney flap. Percy seized the bellows, his hooves pumping, his breath wheezing as the fire flared, red and gold, its heat a furnace that boiled the water in seconds, its steam rising like a dragon's breath. Pip darted to the chimney, his small hands fumbling with the flap, its iron creaking as he yanked it wide, its opening a trap set for the wolf above. "Done!" he cried, his voice high, his tail curling as he ducked back. Penny stood by the pot, her green eyes glinting, her voice a whisper. "Pretend. Make it think we're scared. Lure it down." The wolf peered into the chimney, its red eyes glinting, its snout sniffing the smoke, its hunger a fire that blinded it to the trap below. "I smell you," it growled, its voice a rumble, its claws gripping the edge as it prepared to leap. Penny squealed, her voice high and frantic, a lie woven with cunning. "Oh no, it's coming! Help!" Percy joined, his bellow a wail. "We're doomed! Save us!" Pip's whimper rose, his sketch clutched as he cried. "It's too late." Their chorus echoed up the chimney, a bait the wolf couldn't resist, its grin widening, its tail lashing as it leapt, its gray form plunging down the shaft. The chimney roared, a scream of steam and heat as the wolf fell, its claws scrabbling, its howl a thunder that turned to a shriek as it landed in the boiling pot. Water splashed, its scalding waves searing fur and flesh, its steam a cloud that swallowed the beast. "Arg!" it bellowed, its voice a cry of pain, its red eyes wide as it thrashed, its tail singed, its claws flailing as it leapt free, its gray fur smoking, its snout blistered. The iron door flew open, Penny's hooves unlatching it, and the wolf bolted, its howl a wail that faded into the forest, its retreat a blur of charred gray against the night. Percy collapsed, his round belly heaving, his voice a squeak. "It's gone! Gone!" Pip dropped his sketch, his tan fur trembling, his voice a gasp. "We did it! Penny, you did it!" Penny stood by the hearth, her small hands steady, her pale pink coat warm in the firelight, her green eyes bright with a triumph she'd earned. "We did it," she said, her voice firm. "Together, brick held, and we fought." The pot steamed, its water cooling, its trap a testament to her wit, a shield of strength, a spark of cunning, a victory forged in the heat of the night. The forest settled, its shadows softening as the wolf's howl faded. A beast burned and beaten, its hunger a memory that fled with its scorched tail. The brick house stood firm, its red walls unbowed, its iron door a sentinel against the wilds, its chimney a trophy of their triumph. Percy crawled to Penny, his grin returning, his voice a rumble. "You're the smartest pig I know," he said. "Saved my bacon, literally." Pip hugged her, his tail wagging, his voice soft. "And the bravest. My art's nothing to this." Penny smiled, her small frame steady, her hands clasping theirs. A bond forged in the fire, a family united by the storm they'd faced. "We are stronger together," she said. "Straw fell, wood broke, but brick and us held fast." The night stretched on, the moon a witness to their victory, the forest a silent guardian to the three little pigs, Percy, Pip, and Penny, whose homes had tested their hearts, whose wit had turned a wolf's hunger into its ruin. The tale wasn't over. A lesson learned, a bond sealed, a future waiting to bloom in the warmth of their brick haven. The forest awoke to a dawn painted in hues of rose and gold, its shadows retreating as sunlight spilled across the rocky rise where Penny's brick house stood triumphant. The red walls glowed in the morning light, their bricks unscarred by the wolf's fury, their iron door a steadfast guardian against the night's terror. Smoke curled from the chimney, a thin wisp that rose like a victory flag, its scent of wood and warmth mingling with the crisp air. Inside, the three little pigs, Percy, Pip, and Penny, huddled by the hearth, their bristles tangled, their tails still, their hearts pounding with the thrill of survival. Percy sprawled on the stone floor, his brown fur streaked with soot, his round belly heaving as he caught his breath, his grin wide despite the mud that caked his hooves. "We did it!" he bellowed, his voice a rumble that shook the quiet, his tail wagging like a metronome. "That wolf, gone, burnt, tail on fire." Pip sat beside him, his tan coat dusted with ash, his dreamy eyes bright with a wonder that replaced his fear, his torn sketch of the moon resting in his lap. "It screamed," he said, his voice soft, "like a storm breaking, and we broke it, Penny." Penny stood by the hearth, her pale pink fur warm in the firelight, her small hooves steady as she stirred a new pot of soup, her green eyes glinting with a quiet pride. "We did," she said, her voice firm, her snout twitching as she met their gazes. A sister who'd led, a pig who'd built, a heart that held them all. Brick stood. Our plan worked. Together we're stronger than any wolf. The pot bubbled, its steam a comfort that filled the room, its scent of carrots and herbs a balm to the night's chaos. Percy rolled to his hooves, his grin softening, his voice a rumble. "You're the brains, Penny. Saved us. I'm sorry. My straw, it was rubbish." Pip nodded, his tail curling, his voice a whisper. "And my wood. Pretty, but weak. You were right, all along." Penny's smile was small but real, her hands clasping theirs, her tone gentle. "We all learned," she said. "Straw's quick, wood's lovely, but brick lasts. And we need each other, not just walls." Percy's eyes widened, his snout wrinkling, as he clapped her shoulder, his voice gruff. "No more lazy huts for me. I'll build right next time, brick and all." Pip's gaze softened, his hands tracing the sketch, his voice dreamy. "I'll mix beauty with strength, something solid, something ours." Penny nodded, her small frame steady, her heart full, a bond forged in the fire, a family remade by the storm. The morning stretched on, the forest alive with birdsong and the rustle of leaves, a peace unbroken by the wolf's howl, its echo a memory that faded with the dawn. The three little pigs cleaned their haven, the pot cooled, its water mopped, the hearth stoked anew, their hooves moving in a rhythm of unity they'd never known before. "We should tell Mama," Pip said, his voice bright, his tail wagging as he pinned a new sketch. A brick house, three pigs triumphant. To the wall, Percy grinned, his hooves stomping, his voice a bellow. "She'll laugh, her lazy Percy running from a wolf." Penny's eyes glinted, her voice firm. "She'll be proud. Let's invite her." They penned a note. Percy's scrawl, Pip's flourish, Penny's care, its words a tale of straw, wood and brick, of a wolf burned and beaten, of 3 pigs who'd stood together. A bird carried it, its wings a blur as it flew to Mama Pig's cottage, its message a thread that tied them back to her. Days passed, the forest settling into a quiet that held no threat, its shadows soft as the 3 little pigs mended their lives. Percy hauling bricks, Pip sketching plans, Penny tending her hearth, their bond a strength that grew with each sunrise. Mama Pig arrived on a morning when the leaves glowed golden, her gray fur ruffling in the breeze, her eyes deep with a mother's love as she reached the rise. The brick house stood before her, its red walls sturdy, its chimney puffing smoke, its iron door ajar to welcome her in. Percy bounded out, his brown bristles gleaming, his grin wide as he hugged her, his voice a rumble. "Mama, you won't believe it. We beat a wolf." Pip followed, his tan coat dusted with paint, his sketch in hand, his voice soft. "It's true. Penny saved us." Penny stepped forward, her pale pink fur warm, her small hands steady as she took Mama's hoof, her green eyes bright. "We're safe. Together." Mama Pig's snout twitched, her eyes glistening as she pulled them close. Percy's bulk, Pip's slimness, Penny's delicacy, a family she'd raised, now grown beyond her dreams. "My brave pigs," she said, her voice a whisper, her hands brushing their bristles. "I told you, build strong, and you'd stand. You've done more. You've learned." They led her inside, the hearth warm, the soup simmering, a feast of carrots, herbs, and bread. It sent a comfort that filled the brick walls. They ate, their laughter a chorus that echoed through the house. Percy's bellow, Pip's hum, Penny's chime, a sound that drowned the wolf's memory, a song of victory they'd earned. "I was wrong," Percy said, his mouth full, his grin sheepish. "Straws for naps, not homes. I'll build brick next time, Mama, you'll see." Pip nodded, his sketch propped by the hearth, his voice dreamy. "And I'll make it pretty, strong and pretty like Penny's." Penny smiled, her small hands stirring the pot, her tone soft. "We'll help each other. Next time, we'll all build right." Mama Pig's eyes softened, her gray fur warm in the firelight, her voice steady. "You've grown," she said, "not just in hooves, but in heart. Straw fell, wood broke, but brick held because you held together. That's my lesson. Strong homes, strong kin." Percy's tail wagged, his grin wide, his voice gruff. "No wolf's dumb enough to try us again. Not after Penny's pot." Pip laughed, his tail curling, his voice light. "We're a team. Percy runs, I dream, Penny plans." Penny's smile widened, her green eyes glinting, her voice firm. "And we win, always now." The feast stretched into the night, the forest a guardian beyond the brick walls, its trees whispering, its river singing, its shadows free of the wolf's gray menace. The beast had fled, its tail charred, its howl silenced by a scalding defeat, a terror that would not return, its hunger a memory burned away by Penny's wit. The 3 little pigs danced. Percy's stomp, Pip's sway, Penny's twirl, their tails a blur, their laughter a song that rose to the stars. Mama Pig watched, her snout twitching, her eyes glistening with a pride that warmed her silvered fur. A mother whose lessons had taken root, whose children had faced the wild. and one. Weeks turned to months, the forest settling into a peace they'd forged. Percy hauling bricks for a new house, his hooves steady with a purpose he'd never known. Pip sketching plans, his art now framing strength with beauty. Penny tending her brick haven, its hearth a heart that held them close. They built together, Percy's muscle, Pip's vision, Penny's care, new homes rising beside the first, their red walls a testament to their bond, their iron doors a promise of safety. No more running, Percy said, his grin wide, his tail wagging as he stacked a brick. No more dreaming weak, Pip added, his sketch in hand, his voice soft. Just standing strong, Penny finished, her small hands steady, her green eyes bright. Mama Pig visited often, her cottage a memory they'd outgrown, her gray fur a warmth they'd carry always, her lessons a foundation deeper than brick, stronger than iron. You're my pride, she'd say, her voice a whisper, her hands brushing their snouts. 3 little pigs who built more than homes. You built each other. They'd laugh, their tails wagging, Percy's bellow, Pip's hum, Penny's chime, a chorus that filled the forest, a song that drowned the wolf's echo. The kingdom beyond heard their tale, its palace gleaming, its king nodding as the story spread. A wolf burned, 3 pigs triumphant, a lesson etched into the land. The forest stood quiet, its shadows soft, its river a thread that tied their victory to the wilds they'd tamed. The wolf never returned, its charred tail a warning to others, its hunger a tale told by firelight, a shadow banished by brick and wit. And so they lived, happy, strong, forever. 3 little pigs whose homes stood firm, whose hearts grew closer, whose laughter rang through a forest that knew their name. Percy built with muscle, Pip with art, Penny with care. A trio bound by a storm they'd faced, a family forged in the heat of a pot, a lesson learned. Houses strong, hearts stronger. Story, the Frog Prince, in a kingdom lush with emerald forests and crowned by a palace of white stone that gleamed beneath the sun. The air was sweet with the scent of blossoms and the murmur of a river that wound through its heart. The land was rich, its fields golden with wheat, its people content under the rule of King Frederick, a man of stern honor and quiet wisdom, his beard silvered by years, his blue eyes sharp with the weight of a crown. Within the palace walls lived his only daughter, Princess Liana, a girl whose beauty was the talk of the realm, her hair a cascade of auburn curls, her skin fair as the dawn, her green eyes bright with a fire that matched her spirit. But beauty was her crown, and pride her scepter. She walked the halls with a grace that bordered on arrogance, her laughter a melody that charmed the court, but hid a heart yet to learn humility. Liana's days were a dance of indulgence, her whims met by a father who could deny her nothing. Among her treasures was a golden ball, a gift from King Frederick on her 16th birthday, its surface polished to a mirror's sheen, its weight perfect in her small hands. It was no mere toy, crafted by the kingdom's finest goldsmith. It gleamed with an inner light, a symbol of her father's love and the privilege she wore like a cloak. She'd spend hours tossing it in the palace gardens, its arc a flash of gold against the green, her laughter ringing as servants scurried to fetch it when it rolled too far. It's mine, she'd say, her voice sharp with possession, and no one touches it but me. On a morning when the sun hung high and the air shimmered with summer's heat, Liana slipped from the palace, her golden ball tucked under her arm, her auburn curls bouncing as she skipped toward the forest. She wore a dress of pale blue, its hem brushing the grass, her feet bare against the earth, a princess shedding her courtly mask for the freedom of the wilds. The forest was her playground, its paths familiar, its shadows a thrill she chased with the abandon of youth. She wandered deeper than usual, the trees closing around her, their branches weaving a canopy that dimmed the light to a soft, dappled glow. At the heart of the forest stood an ancient well, its stone moss covered and cracked, its depths a mystery that whispered through the leaves. The villagers avoided it, their tales of spirits and curses keeping them at bay. But Liana saw only a stage for her game. She perched on its edge, her bare toes curling against the stone, and tossed the golden ball up and down, its gleam a spark in the gloom. Higher, she murmured, her green eyes glinting with delight, and threw it with a flick of her wrist. The ball soared, its arc perfect, but her hand faltered. A slip of her fingers, a misstep on the moss, and it plummeted, not into her grasp, but into the well's dark maw. A splash echoed, sharp and final, and Liana gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as she peered over the edge. The water was black, its surface rippling with the ball's fall, its depth swallowing her treasure whole. No, she cried, her voice breaking, her fists pounding the stone. My ball! My golden ball! Tears welled in her eyes, her pride crumbling into despair as she leaned closer, her auburn curls brushing the water's edge. It's gone, she sobbed. Father will be so angry. What will I do? The forest held its breath, its shadows stirring as her cry rippled through the trees. And then a gurgle broke the silence, a bubble rising from the well's depths. Liana froze, her tears pausing mid-fall, her green eyes widening as the water churned. A shape emerged, small, slick, its skin a mottled green that glistened in the dim light. A frog, its eyes bulbous and golden, its legs splayed as it paddled to the surface, its gaze locking with hers. It clung to the well's edge, its throat pulsing, and when it spoke, its voice was a croak, low, rough, but clear as the river's song. Princess, it said, why do you weep? Liana recoiled, her hands clutching her dress, her voice sharp with disgust. A frog! Talking? Get away from me, you slimy thing! She waved her hand, as if to shoo it, but the frog held firm, its golden eyes unblinking, its tone steady despite her scorn. I heard your cry, it said, and I saw your ball fall. I can fetch it, if you'll make me a promise. Liana's tears slowed, her pride warring with her desperation, her gaze flicking to the water where her treasure lay lost. You? She said, her voice dripping with disbelief. A frog? Fetch my ball? What could you want from me? The frog's throat pulsed again, its croak softening into a plea. Be my friend, it said. Let me sit by your side, eat from your plate, sleep in your room. Promise me this, and your ball is yours again. It tilted its head, its eyes glinting with a hope she couldn't read, its words a bargain she didn't trust. She laughed, a sharp, brittle sound that echoed off the stone, but her hands trembled, her mind racing as she stared at the well's dark depths. "Fine," she said, her voice tight, her green eyes narrowing. "Fetch my ball, and I'll promise, whatever you want. Just hurry." The frog's eyes gleamed, a flicker of something. Satisfaction, perhaps, that she didn't catch. And it dove, its splash a ripple that broke the water's stillness. Liana waited, her breath held, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress as the seconds stretched into eternity. The water churned again, and the frog emerged, its webbed feet clutching the golden ball, its surface slick but gleaming in the faint light. It climbed the stone, its movements slow and deliberate, and dropped the ball at her feet, its croak a triumphant note. "Here," it said, "your treasure as promised. Now, keep yours." Liana snatched it up, her hands cradling it like a lost child, her smile bright as she pressed it to her chest. "You did it," she said, her voice alight with relief, her tears forgotten as she leapt to her feet. But the frog's golden eyes followed her, its croak steady. "Your promise?" it said. "You'll keep it?" Liana paused, her smile faltering, her gaze flicking to the creature, its slimy skin, its bulbous eyes, its presence a stain on her joy. "Yes, yes," she said, her voice sharp, her hands waving it off as she turned to the path. "Later, some other time. I've got my ball, that's enough." She ran, her bare feet pounding the earth, her auburn curls bouncing as she fled, the frog's croak fading behind her, a sound of sorrow, of hope betrayed, lost to the wind. The frog sat by the well, its throat pulsing, its golden eyes dimming as it watched her go. "You promised," it murmured, its voice a whisper swallowed by the forest, its small form sinking back into the shadows. It had fetched her treasure, kept its word. But Liana's laughter echoed through the trees, a sound of triumph, not gratitude, a promise she'd tossed aside like a pebble into the water. The well stood silent, its depths a mirror to the frog's solitude, its stone a witness to a bargain struck and broken. Liana reached the palace as dusk fell, its towers aglow with torchlight, its gates swinging open to welcome her return. She clutched the golden ball, her smile wide as she skipped through the courtyard, her dress streaked with mud, but her pride intact. "I got it back," she told the servants, her voice ringing with victory. "It fell, but I fixed it. No one else could have done that." They nodded, their bows low, their murmurs a chorus of praise that fed her ego, her flight from the frog, a secret she buried beneath her glee. King Frederick met her in the hall, his silver beard glinting, his blue eyes softening as he saw her joy. "You're late," he said, his tone gentle, his hand resting on her shoulder. "Where have you been?" Liana grinned, holding up the ball, its gold catching the chandelier's light. "Playing," she said. "In the forest. It fell in the well, but I got it back. All's well now." He smiled, his pride a warmth she basked in, and sent her to her chambers, her day a triumph she'd won alone. Or so she thought. The forest settled into night, its shadows deepening as the well stood quiet, its frog a small, green figure against the stone. "She'll see," it croaked, its voice a vow to the stars. its golden eyes glinting with a resolve that belied its form. A promise is a promise, and I'll claim it. The wind carried its words, a whisper through the trees, a thread that wound toward the palace where Liana slept, her golden ball beside her, her dreams untroubled by the bargain she'd fled. The kingdom rested, its palace aglow, its princess secure in her pride. But the frog's croak lingered, a sound of patience and purpose, a tale poised to unfold beneath the moon's watchful gaze. The palace shimmered under the morning sun, its white stone walls reflecting light across the kingdom, its towers piercing a sky painted with streaks of gold and blue. Inside, Princess Liana awoke in her chambers, the golden ball resting on her pillow, its polished surface catching the dawn's glow. She stretched, her auburn curls tumbling across her shoulders, her green eyes bright with the triumph of the previous day. The well, the fall, the frog, all faded into a blur she'd dismissed, a minor inconvenience swept aside by her victory. She rose, her blue gown trailing, as she danced to the window, her laughter a melody that greeted the day. Mine again, she murmured, clutching the ball, her pride a shield against the memory of her promise. The forest beyond the palace walls lay quiet, its shadows softening as sunlight filtered through the trees. But beneath the canopy, a small figure moved, a green speck against the earth, its steps slow but resolute. The frog had left the well at dawn, its webbed feet padding across moss and stone, its golden eyes fixed on the path to the palace. It carried no treasure but its will, its throat pulsing with a determination forged by Liana's flight. A promise is a promise, it croaked, its voice a whisper lost to the wind, its journey a pilgrimage through a world that scorned its kind. The river glistened beside it, the oaks whispered overhead, and the frog pressed on, its small form dwarfed by the kingdom it sought to breach. Liana spent the morning in the gardens, her golden ball arcing through the air, her bare feet brushing the grass as courtiers watched, their smiles a mirror to her delight. Fetch it, she'd call, tossing it toward a rose bush, her voice sharp with command, and they'd scramble, their silks rustling as they obeyed. King Frederick observed from a balcony, his silver beard glinting, his blue eyes warm with a father's indulgence. She's spirited, he said to a steward, his tone fond. A light in this old place. The steward nodded, his bow low, but the air shifted, a murmur from the gates, a ripple through the crowd that drew the king's gaze. A guard approached, his armor clanking, his face creased with unease. Sire, he said, his voice low, there's something at the door. A frog. It claims the princess's promise. It's knocking, demanding entry. Frederick's brow furrowed, his hand tightening on the railing, his tone sharp with curiosity. A frog? What nonsense is this? Liana overheard, her ball pausing mid-toss, her laughter fading as a chill crept up her spine. A frog? She said, her voice trembling, her green eyes darting to the gates. It can't be. Tell it to go away. But the frog's knock echoed, a small insistent tap that carried through the courtyard, its croak rising above the murmurs. Princess Liana, it called, its voice rough but clear. I fetched your golden ball. You promised me friendship. Let me in. The courtiers gasped, their whispers a buzz that stung Liana's ears. her hands clutching the ball as if to shield it from the truth. No, she muttered, her face paling. I didn't mean it. It was nothing. She turned to flee, her gown swirling. But Frederick descended the steps, his presence a wall she couldn't pass. Bring it here, he commanded, his voice firm, his blue eyes narrowing as he faced his daughter. What's this about a promise, Liana? The guard returned, his gauntlet cradling the frog, its green skin glistening, its golden eyes fixed on her with a sorrow she couldn't ignore. I helped her, it croaked, its throat pulsing. She lost her ball in the well. I dove for it, and she swore to be my friend. I've come to claim her word. Liana recoiled, her hands rising in protest, her voice shrill. It's a frog, father, a slimy, horrible thing. I didn't mean it. I just wanted my ball back. Frederick's gaze hardened, his silver beard bristling as he studied her, his tone a blade that cut through her defiance. A promise is a bond, he said, and a princess's word is her honor. You made a vow, Liana. Whether in jest or haste, it stands. Let it in. The courtiers hushed, their eyes wide, and Liana's stomach churned, her pride a weight that dragged her down. No, she pleaded, her voice breaking. Please, father, I can't. It's disgusting. But his hand rose, his command unyielding. You will keep your word, or you'll learn what honor costs. The frog was set on the stone, its small form hopping toward her, its croak a plea she couldn't escape. I only ask what you promised, it said, to sit by you, to share your company. Liana's arm trembled, her green eyes flashing with a mix of fear and fury. But Frederick's stare held her fast, his honor a chain she couldn't break. Fine, she snapped, her voice sharp as she turned to the hall. Come in then, but don't expect me to like it. The frog followed, its hops a steady rhythm behind her, its presence a chateau that clung to her heels. The banquet hall gleamed with candlelight, its long table set with silver and crystal, its air thick with the scent of roasted pheasant and spiced wine. Liana sat at her place, her golden ball beside her plate, her auburn curls framing a face taut with disgust. The frog hopped onto the table, its webbed feet smudging the cloth, its golden eyes glinting as it settled beside her. I'll eat with you, it said, its croak soft but firm, and she shuddered, her hands pushing her plate away. Eat your own slime, she muttered, her voice low, but Frederick's cough silenced her, his gaze a warning she couldn't defy. The courtiers watched, their whispers a hum that grated on her nerves, as the frog nibbled at her bread, its tongue flicking with a delicacy that mocked her revulsion. It's not so bad, it said, its tone gentle, to share a meal, to keep a friend. Liana's lips curled, her fork clattering as she shoved it aside, her pride a fire that burned through her restraint. You're no friend, she hissed. You're a frog, a thing I'd rather squash than sit with. The hall hushed, the frog's eyes dimming, but Frederick's voice rose, his tone cold. Enough, Liana. Honor your word, or leave my table. She stayed, her hands clenched in her lap, her meal untouched as the frog ate, its presence a weight she couldn't shake. The banquet ended, the courtiers departing with murmurs of the strange guest, and Liana rose, her gown rustling as she fled to her chambers, the frog hopping behind. Sleep where I sleep, it said, its croak a quiet plea. That's what you promised. She whirled, her green eyes blazing, her voice a shriek. Sleep with me? In my bed? Never! She seized it, her hands trembling with disgust, its skin cold and slick against her palms, and hurled it at the wall, its small body striking a stone with a dull thud. The frog fell, its golden eyes closing, its croak fading to a whimper as it lay still, a green heap against the floor. Liana froze, her breath hitching, her hands shaking as she stared. Its small form crumpled, its silence a stab in her chest. I didn't mean, she whispered, her voice breaking, her pride cracking as a tear slipped down her cheek. It wasn't triumph she felt, not the victory of ridding herself of a pest, but a pang, sharp and unexpected, a flicker of guilt that pierced her armor. Its eyes had been sad, not cruel, its plea a hope she'd crushed, and for the first time, she wondered, what had she done? Frederick entered, his silver beard glinting in the torchlight, his blue eyes narrowing as he saw the scene. Liana, he said, his voice low, his tone a mix of anger and sorrow. What have you wrought? She turned, her tears falling, her hands clutching her cone as she faced him. I couldn't stand it, father, she said, her voice trembling. It's a frog. Slimy, horrible. I didn't want it near me. He knelt by the frog, his hand hovering over its still form, his gaze softening with a pity she didn't understand. A promise is not a whim, he said, and honor is not a choice. You've hurt more than you know. The frog stirred, its golden eyes fluttering open, its croak faint but alive, a sound that stopped her heart. I only asked, it said, its voice weak, for what you swore. Liana's tears fell faster, her pride a weight she couldn't bear, her voice a whisper. I'm sorry, she said, the words foreign on her tongue, her hands trembling as she stepped back. Frederick rose, his hand on her shoulder, his tone firm but gentle. You'll make this right, he said, or live with the shame. Take it in, let it rest. We'll see what dawn brings. She nodded, her breath hitching, and scooped the frog into her hands, its skin cold against her warmth, its weight a burden she'd earned. She carried it to her bed, her tears soaking the silk as she set it on her pillow, its golden eyes watching her with a sadness she couldn't escape. The palace settled into night, its halls silent, its princess sleepless, beside a promise she'd broken, a promise that waited, fragile and alive, for the light to reveal its truth. The palace lay shrouded in the stillness of night, its torchlit halls dimmed to a flicker, its white stone walls casting long shadows across the marble floors. In Liana's chamber, the air was thick with the scent of lavender and the weight of her unrest. She sat on the edge of her bed, her blue gown crumpled, her auburn curls tangled from restless tossing, her green eyes fixed on the small, green form beside her pillow. The frog rested there, its mottled skin glistening faintly in the candlelight, its golden eyes half closed, its breath a shallow croak that broke the silence. Her hands twisted in her lap, her tears dried, but her guilt a fresh wound. Its sting sharper now in the quiet. Liana's mind churned, replaying the moment she'd hurled the frog against the wall, its small body striking stone, its whimper as it fell, the sadness in its gaze that pierced her pride. I didn't mean it, she whispered, her voice trembling, her fingers brushing the quilt as if to reach for it, then pulling back. You're just so ugly, so slimy. I couldn't stand it. The frog stirred, its eyes opening fully, their golden depths glinting with a depth she hadn't seen before. A sorrow, a patience that unsettled her. I only wanted your promise, it croaked, its voice weak but steady, to be near you, as you swore. Her breath hitched, her hands clenching as shame washed over her, a tide she couldn't stem. I'm sorry, she said, the words raw, her pride crumbling under the weight of her father's words. The frog's plea, the memory of its fall. I shouldn't have. I didn't think. Her voice faltered, her tears welling anew, and she reached out, her fingers trembling as she touched its back, cold, slick, a shiver running through her at the contact. The frog didn't flinch, its gaze holding hers, and then a shimmer broke the stillness, a glow that flared from its small form, bright as the dawn piercing the forest. Liana gasped, her hand jerking back as the light intensified, its radiance spilling across the bed, the walls, the ceiling, a cascade of gold that swallowed the shadows. The frog's body stretched, its green skin peeling away like a chrysalis, its limbs lengthening, its croak rising into a human cry. She stumbled back, her heart pounding, her gown catching on the bedpost as the glow faded, revealing a man where the frog had been. He stood tall, his frame lean but strong, his hair a rich brown that fell in waves to his shoulders, his eyes, still golden but now deep and warm, fixed on her with a mix of relief and weariness. Who? What are you? Liana stammered, her voice a thread, her hands clutching the bedpost as she stared. He wore a tunic of green silk, its edges frayed, its fit a relic of a life lost, and his presence filled the room. A prince, not a frog, his beauty a shock that stole her breath. I'm Henry, he said, his voice smooth, its timbre a melody that replaced the croak. Prince Henry of Eldoria, once a man, then a frog, cursed by a witch's spite. You've broken it, Liana, though not as I'd hoped. She blinked, her mind reeling, her hands trembling as she sank onto the bed, her green eyes wide with disbelief. Cursed? She said, her voice rising. You were that frog all this time? Henry nodded, his gaze steady, his hands clasped before him as if to steady himself. Years ago, he said, a witch sought my hand. Her power was dark, her heart colder still. I refused her, and she cursed me, turned me into this form, banished me to the well. Only a princess's acceptance, despite my ugliness, could free me. Your promise was my hope. Liana's breath caught, her hands twisting in her lap, her pride a weight that pressed against her chest. I didn't accept you, she said, her voice breaking. I threw you, I hated you. And Henry's eyes softened, a flicker of sadness passing through them, his tone gentle despite her words. You did, he said, but your tears, your touch, they were enough. The curse broke when you showed regret, when you let me near, even for a moment. It wasn't kindness, but it was truth, and that sufficed. She stared, her tears spilling, her hands rising to cover her face as shame burned through her, a fire that consumed her arrogance. I'm sorry, she sobbed, her voice muffled, her shoulders shaking as the weight of her actions crashed over her. I didn't know. I didn't care. I was awful to you. Henry stepped closer, his boots soft on the stone, his hand hovering near her shoulder, but pausing, his voice a balm to her guilt. You didn't know, he said, and I don't blame you. I was a frog, slimy, strange. I'd have run too in your place. Liana lowered her hands, her green eyes meeting his, her tears glistening in the candlelight. Why me? She asked, her voice small. Why my promise? Henry smiled, a faint curve that softened his features, his golden eyes warm with a truth she couldn't fathom. The well was near your kingdom, he said, and your ball, it fell where I waited. Fate, perhaps, or luck. I heard your cry, saw your despair, and I hoped a princess might keep her word, might see past the skin. She shook her head, her hands clenching the quilt, her voice trembling with a mix of remorse and wonder. I didn't, she said, not until now. You're a prince, and I treated you like a pest. Henry's smile faded, his gaze dropping to the floor, his hands falling to his sides. I was a pest, he said, to you at least. I pushed too hard, asked too much. I'll go, Liana, back to Eldoria or wherever the road takes me. You've freed me, and that's enough. He turned, his tunic rustling as he moved toward the door, his steps heavy with a weariness she hadn't seen in the frog's small form. But a hand stopped him, King Frederick's, broad and firm, gripping the frame as he entered, his silver beard glinting, his blue eyes sharp with a father's resolve. Not so fast, he said, his voice low, his gaze flicking between them. You're a prince, you say, and my daughters freed you. That's no small thing. Stay, Henry. Rest. Tell us your tale. Liana owes you more than a hasty farewell. Liana rose, her hands trembling, her voice a plea as she stepped forward. Stay, she said, her tone soft but urgent. Please, I was wrong, so wrong. Let me make it right. Henry paused, his golden eyes searching hers, a flicker of hope stirring beneath his weariness. You don't owe me, he said, not after what I asked. But Frederick's hand clapped his shoulder, his tone firm. You'll stay, he said, and she'll learn. Honor's not a game, nor a promise a trifle. Dawn's near. Rest now, both of you. Henry nodded, his shoulders easing, his voice quiet. Thank you, sire, he said, and turned to Liana, his smile faint but real. And you, sleep well. We'll talk when the light comes. She nodded, her tears drying, her hands unclenching as she watched him settle on a chair by the hearth, his form a stranger she'd wronged, a prince she'd nearly lost. Frederick left, his footsteps fading, and Liana sank onto her bed, her golden ball forgotten, her mind a storm of guilt and wonder. The frog was gone, its skin a memory, but Henry remained, a man with golden eyes, a prince beneath the curse, a soul she'd hurt with her pride. She lay back, her auburn curls spilling across the pillow, her green eyes tracing the ceiling as the candles flickered low. I didn't know, she whispered, her voice a vow to the dark. But I'll do better. I will. The palace settled into silence, its walls a witness to a transformation, not just his, but hers, a seed of change planted in the night. Henry sat by the hearth, his hands clasped, his gaze fixed on the flames as they danced, a warmth he'd forgotten in the well's cold depths. He didn't blame her, couldn't hate her. Her tears had freed him, her regret a crack in the armor of her pride. She'll see, he murmured, his voice soft, his golden eyes glinting with a hope he'd carried through years of slime and shadow. Maybe she'll understand. The dawn crept closer, its light a promise beyond the window, and the kingdom slept, its princess poised on the edge of redemption, its prince reborn from a curse, their tale a thread unwinding toward of a truth neither could yet name. The dawn spilled into the palace with a soft golden glow, its light filtering through the arched windows to dance across the marble floors of Liana's chamber. She stirred from a restless sleep, her auburn curls splayed across the pillow, her green eyes blinking open to the new day. The golden ball rested on the table, its gleam muted by the memory of the night, her tears, the frog's transformation, the man who now sat by the hearth. Henry was there, his brown hair tousled, his golden eyes reflecting the fire's flicker, his green tunic wrinkled, but his posture steady, as if the weight of his curse lingered, even in freedom. Liana sat up, her blue gown creased, her hands brushing her hair as she watched him. Prince Henry, no longer a frog, his presence a quiet challenge to the pride she'd worn like armor. Her throat tightened, her guilt a knot that hadn't loosened with the night's passing. You're still here, she said, her voice a saw. Her gaze flicking to the floor as shame colored her cheeks. Henry turned, his smile faint but warm, his golden eyes meeting hers with a gentleness that disarmed her. Your father's orders, he said, his tone light. And your request. I couldn't leave. Not yet. She nodded, her hands twisting the quilt, her breath steadying as she rose. I'm glad, she said, the words tentative, her pride bending beneath a truth she couldn't deny. I need to make this right. What I did, it was awful. Henry stood, his tunic rustling, his hands clasped before him as he stepped closer, his voice soft but firm. You've said sorry, he said, and that's enough for me. I pushed too hard, asked too much of a stranger. We can start anew if you'll have it. Liana's eyes lifted, her green meeting his gold, a flicker of relief easing the knot in her chest. Yes, she said, her voice stronger. I'd like that, Henry. His name felt strange on her tongue, a shift from the frog she'd scorned to the man she now faced, and his smile widened, a spark of hope lighting his weary features. Then we'll start here, he said. No promises forced, no debts owed, just a day, and we'll see. The palace awoke around them, its halls stirring with the clatter of servants and the murmur of courtiers. But Liana's world narrowed to the man before her, a prince she'd wronged, a chance to mend what she'd broken. King Frederick entered, his silver beard glinting in the morning light, his blue eyes sharp as he assessed them. Good, he said, his tone gruff but pleased. You're both up. Henry, you'll stay, rest, eat. Tell us your tale. Liana, you'll keep him company Learn what honor means beyond words? She nodded, her hands unclenching. Her father's command a bridge she'd cross willingly now. They broke their fast in the hall, the long table laden with bread, cheese, and apples, the air warm with the scent of fresh-baked loaves. Liana sat beside Henry, her golden ball forgotten, her hand steady as she passed him a plate, her first act of kindness, small but real. The courtiers watched, their whispers softer now, their gazes curious rather than mocking. Henry ate sparingly, his manners refined despite years in the well, his voice low as he answered Frederick's questions. His kingdom, Eldoria, a land of rolling hills and silver rivers, his curse, a witch's spite, his exile, a frog in a world that shunned him. Liana listened, her green eyes tracing his face, her heart stirring as his tale unfolded. A prince who'd lost everything, who'd clung to hope in the slime of a well, who'd seen her as his salvation. It was lonely, he said, his golden eyes distant, his hands resting on the table. The water cold, the nights endless. People passed, children threw stones, men laughed, women shrieked. I waited, year after year, for someone to see past the skin, to hear me, not just my croak. Her throat tightened, her hands clenching her napkin, her voice a whisper. I didn't, she said. I didn't see. I didn't hear. I was cruel. Henry's gaze softened, his hand brushing hers. A fleeting touch, warm and steady. You were scared, he said. And I was a frog. I don't hold it against you. Not now. She swallowed, her tears held back, her pride yielding to a remorse that reshaped her. I should have listened, she said. To you, to father. I'll do better. Frederick's nod was subtle, his blue eyes glinting with a pride she hadn't earned before, his voice firm. You will, he said, and you'll start today. Take Henry to the gardens. Show him the kingdom he's missed. Let him breathe free air and learn from him. Liana rose, her gown rustling, her hand extended, a gesture she'd never offered the frog, a bridge to the man. Come, she said, her voice soft. Let's walk. Henry stood, his smile real, his hand taking hers with a warmth that steadied her. The gardens bloomed around them, their paths lined with roses and lilies, their air alive with the hum of bees and the rustle of leaves. Liana led him, her bare feet brushing the grass, her auburn curls catching the sun as she pointed to the flowers, the fountain, the benches where she'd played. This is my world, she said, her tone shy. Not much, maybe, compared to yours. Henry laughed, a sound rich and free, his golden eyes tracing the blooms. It's more than a well, he said, more than slime and shadows. It's beautiful, Liana, like you. She blushed, her hands twisting her gown, her voice faltering. I wasn't beautiful yesterday, she said. Not inside. I hurt you. He stopped, his hand resting on a rose, its petals red against his fingers, his tone gentle. You were angry, he said, and scared. I saw it in your eyes. I didn't ask to be liked, just to be near. You gave me that, even if it was hard. She met his gaze, her green eyes searching his. a spark of understanding flickering within her. A prince who'd borne her scorn with grace, who sought no vengeance for her cruelty. They wandered deeper, the forest's edge looming, its trees a reminder of the well where their paths had crossed. Tell me more, she said, her voice eager, her steps slowing as they reached a clearing. What was it like before the curse? Henry sat on a fallen log, his hands clasped, his golden eyes distant as he spoke of Eldoria's castles, its markets bustling with color, its rivers alive with fish that danced in the sun. I rode horses, he said, hunted with my brothers, laughed with my friends, until she came. The witch, her name was Morgana, wanted me, not for love, but power. I said no, and she took everything. Liana sat beside him, her hands resting on the log, her voice soft. You were brave, she said, to refuse her. He shrugged, his smile wry, his tone quiet. Brave or foolish, I paid for it. Years in that well, waiting, hoping, until you dropped that ball. She laughed, a sound light and new, her green eyes glinting. A clumsy princess, she said. Your luck was my mistake. He grinned, his hand brushing hers, a warmth that lingered. A good mistake, he said. For me. The day stretched on, their talk weaving a thread between them. Stories of his past, her games, their laughter, a harmony that softened the forest's edge. They reached a stream, its waters clear and cool, and Liana paused, her gaze catching a flicker, a snake, its scales glinting as it slithered toward her. She gasped, her feet stumbling, but Henry moved, swift, sure, his hand seizing a stick, his strike pinning the snake before it struck. It writhed, then fled, and he turned, his golden eyes wide with concern. You're all right? He asked, his hand on her arm, steadying her. She nodded, her breath hitching, her hands trembling as she met his gaze. Yes, she said. Thanks to you. Her heart thudded, her pride yielding to a gratitude that warmed her. A prince who'd saved her, not with a sword, but with a stick and a care she hadn't earned. You're not what I thought, she said, her voice soft. Not a pest, a friend. Henry's smile was real, his hand falling, his tone gentle. I hoped for that, he said. Not more, just a friend. They returned to the palace as dusk fell, the sky a canvas of orange and purple, the gardens aglow with fireflies that danced around them. Liana walked beside him, her bare feet steady, her auburn curls catching the light as she glanced at him. Henry, a prince she'd scorned, a man she now saw. Stay longer, she said, her voice a plea, her green eyes bright. There's more to show you, more to learn. He nodded, his golden eyes warm, his hand brushing hers as they reached the gates. I will, he said, if you'll have me. Frederick met them, his silver beard glinting, his blue eyes softening as he saw her smile. A real smile, not the smirk of pride. Good, he said, his tone gruff. You're mending it, Liana. Honor's not just words, it's this. He clapped Henry's shoulder, his voice firm. You're welcome here, lad. Stay as long as you like. Henry bowed, his tunic rustling, his voice steady. "Thank you, sire. Your daughter's kindness is enough." The palace settled into night, its halls quiet, its princess changed, her pride softened, her heart opened by a prince who'd borne her scorn with grace. Liana lay in her bed, her golden ball on the table, her thoughts on Henry. Not a frog, but a friend, a light she'd nearly snuffed out. "I'll do better," she whispered, her voice a vow, her green eyes tracing the ceiling as sleep claimed her, a sleep free of shame, a live with, a bond she'd begun to cherish. Henry sat by the hearth, his hands clasped, his golden eyes fixed on the flames, a warmth he'd reclaimed, a friendship he'd earned. "She's learning," he murmured, his voice soft, his hope a spark that burned through the years of his curse. The kingdom slept, its tale unfolding, a princess and a prince, bound by a promise, their journey a path towards something greater than either could yet see. The palace stood bathed in the golden light of a late summer afternoon, its white stone walls gleaming against a sky streaked with wisps of cloud, its gardens alive with the hum of bees and the rustle of leaves. Princess Liana walked its halls with a lightness she hadn't known before, her auburn curls bouncing, her green eyes bright with a warmth that matched the sun. Her blue gown flowed around her, its hem brushing the marble, and beside her strode Prince Henry, his green tunic mended, his brown hair catching the light, his golden eyes glinting with a quiet joy. Days had turned to weeks since his transformation, their friendship a steady thread that wove through the palace's rhythm, a bond born of her remorse, his patience, and a shared journey towards something more. Liana had changed, her pride softened by the lessons Henry's presence taught her, honor in a promise kept, value in a heart unseen. She'd shown him the kingdom's wonders, the river's silver curve, the forest's emerald depths, the village where children now greeted her with smiles rather than bows. Henry had shared his own tales of Eldoria's hills, his lost family, the years he'd endured as a frog, and she'd listened, her green eyes tracing his face, her heart opening to a man she'd once scorned. "You're not what I thought," she'd said one evening, her voice soft. "You're better, kinder, stronger." He'd smiled, his hand brushing hers, his tone gentle. "And you're more than I hoped. A friend, a light." King Frederick watched their bond grow, his silver beard glinting as he stood at a window, his blue eyes softening with a pride he'd rarely shown. "She's learning," he murmured to a steward, his voice gruff but warm, "and he's teaching. Honor's not just a word now." The court buzzed with their story, a princess and a prince, a frog turned man, a tale that softened their whispers into awe. Liana's golden ball rested on a shelf, its gleam a memory of her past, its place taken by a friendship she cherished, a bond she'd never trade. But the forest beyond the palace walls stirred with a shadow that hadn't faded, a malice that lingered in its depths, its eyes fixed on the kingdom's heart. Morgana, the witch who'd cursed Henry, had felt the snap of her spell, its breaking a wound that festered in her soul. She'd tracked him, her black cloak tattered, her hair a wild tangle of gray, her staff a crutch through the wilds where her power had waned. Rapunzel's hair had kept her young, but Henry's freedom stripped her of that stolen youth. Her skin wrinkled, her strength faltered, her rage a fire that burned hotter with each step. "He's mine," she hissed, her voice a rasp, her green eyes glinting as she reached the kingdom's edge. "And I'll have him back, or see him rot." She struck on a night when the moon hung full, its silver light spilling across the palace grounds, its glow a mirror to the stars that dotted the sky. The court gathered in the hall, a feast to honor Henry's stay, tables laden with roasted boar, spiced wine, and bread fresh from the ovens, their laughter a chorus that filled the air. Liana sat beside him, her hand brushing his, as she passed a goblet, her smile bright. "You're part of this now," she said, her voice soft. "Not just a guest, a friend." Henry's golden eyes met hers, his smile warm, his tone steady. "More than I dreamed," he said. "Thanks to you." The hall's doors burst open, a gust of wind snuffing the candles, a shadow spilling across the marble, a figure cloaked in black, her staff flaring with a sickly green light, her voice a shriek that silenced the feast. "Henry!" Morgana roared, her hair wild, her eyes blazing as she strode forward, her power a storm that shook the walls. "You thought you'd escape me? You're mine, forever." The courtiers screamed, their chairs toppling as they fled, and Frederick rose, his silver beard bristling, his hand on his sword. "Who dares?" he bellowed, his tone thunder. But Morgana's laugh cut through, a sound brittle and wild. "I cursed him," she said, her staff pulsing. "And I'll curse him again, back to the slime where he belongs." She raised it, her spell a coil of shadow aimed at Henry, its edge sharp as death. He leapt, his hand seizing a candlestick, his golden eyes wide as he shielded Liana. But she moved faster, her blue gown swirling as she darted forward, her voice a cry that broke the witch's focus. "No," she shouted, her hands raised, her green eyes blazing with a courage she'd never known. "You won't take him. Not again." Morgana's spell faltered, its shadow scattering as Liana lunged, not with a weapon, but with wit, her mind racing as she grabbed a tray, its silver gleaming as she hurled it at the witch. It struck Morgana's arm, her staff clattering, and Frederick seized the moment, his sword flashing as he charged, his guards closing in with spears raised. "Trap her!" he roared, and Liana darted to Henry, her hand pulling him back, her voice sharp. "The fountain. Lead her there." He nodded, his hand gripping hers, and they ran. Through the hall, into the gardens, the witches' shriek a thunder at their heels. Morgana followed, her staff reclaimed, her spell a whip of shadow that lashed the air, vines bursting from the earth, their thorns snapping at their feet. Henry stumbled, his tunic tearing, but Liana held firm, her bare feet pounding the grass as they reached the fountain, its basin wide, its water glinting in the moonlight. "Now!" she cried, and they leapt aside, the witch's momentum carrying her forward, her cloak tangling, her staff striking stone as she fell, her scream swallowed by the splash. The guards surged, their spears pinning her cloak, her power fading as the water soaked her, its chill a hedge that bound her magic. Frederick loomed over her, his sword at her throat, his voice cold. "Your reign ends here," he said. "For Henry, for my daughter." Morgana thrashed, her green eyes wild, her voice a rasp. "He's mine," she shrieked. But the guards hauled her up, their chains clinking as they dragged her away. her curse broken, her power spent, her fate a dungeon's dark embrace. The palace settled, its halls quieting, its people returning with gasps of relief, their cheers a chorus that crowned the night. Liana turned to Henry, her hands trembling, her green eyes searching his as she stepped closer. "You're safe," she said, her voice breaking, her tears falling as she touched his arm, a warmth she'd nearly lost. He smiled, his golden eyes glinting, his hand covering hers with a steadiness that anchored her. "Because of you," he said. "You didn't just free me, you fought for me." She laughed, a sound light and true, her tears mingling with her joy. "I owed you," she said, "more than a promise, a friend." Frederick approached, his silver beard glinting, his blue eyes bright with a pride that shone through the night. "You've grown, Liana," he said, his voice gruff, his hand resting on her shoulder. "Honor's not just kept, it's earned. You've done that, and more." He turned to Henry, his tone firm. "You're welcome here, lad. Always. You've brought her something I couldn't. Truth, heart. Stay, if you will." Henry bowed, his tunic rustling, his voice steady. "Thank you, Dahye. I'd like that, if she'll have me." Liana's blush deepened, her hands twisting her gown, her voice soft. "I will," she said, her green eyes meeting his, a spark igniting between them, a love born of friendship, forged in the fire of their fight. The court gathered, their cheers rising, and Frederick raised a goblet, his voice a thunder that filled the hall. "To Liana and Henry," he said, "a princess redeemed, a prince restored. May their days be long and their hearts true." The palace erupted, its people a chorus that sang their names, their bond a light that banished the witch's shadow. Weeks turned to months, their love deepening as the kingdom flourished. A bond not of duty, but choice, a promise kept with joy. Henry sent word to Eldoria, his family's banners rising beside Frederick's, their reunion a tale for another day. Liana shed her pride, her golden ball a relic of a past she'd outgrown, her hands now steady with a kindness she'd learned from him. They wed beneath a sky of autumn gold, the gardens blooming with roses red as her courage, her gown white as the dawn, his tunic green as the forest where their paths had crossed. The well stood quiet now, its water still, its frog a memory, a tale told by firelight, a lesson etched into the kingdom's heart. Liana and Henry ruled with humility, their reign a bridge between their worlds, a princess who'd learned to see, a prince who'd waited to be seen. "You changed me," she'd say, her hand in his, her green eyes bright, and he'd smile, his golden eyes warm. "And you freed me," he'd reply. "We're better together." And so they lived, happily, truly, forever. A love bore from a reluctant promise, a kingdom strengthened by their tale, a bond that turned a frog into a king and a princess into a friend. Story: Rapunzel, in a verdant kingdom, cradled by rolling hills and a river that shimmered like molten silver under the sun. A small cottage stood at the edge of a village, its thatched roof weathered by time, its walls warmed by the love within. Here lived a couple, Thomas and Eliza, simple folk whose days were spent tending a modest garden and weaving baskets from the river's reeds. They were poor, their hands rough from labor, but their hearts were rich with dreams of a child to fill the silence of their home. For years, those dreams had gone unanswered, the seasons turning without the sound of laughter to mark their passing, until one spring, when the winds carried a whisper of hope, Eliza was with child. The village buzzed with their quiet joy, neighbors offering bread and herbs, their smiles a balm to the couple's long wait. But beside their cottage loomed a shadow, a walled garden, its stone barrier high and unyielding, its gate locked with iron that gleamed in the sun. It belonged to Gothel, a woman whispered about in hushed tones, her presence a mystery that clung to the village like mist. Her garden was a marvel, lush with greens and flowers no one dared name, its bounty guarded by her sharp eyes and sharper tongue. The villagers avoided it, their tales of her power, of curses and shadows, keeping them at bay. As Eliza's belly swelled, so did a craving that gnawed at her, a hunger for the crisp green rampion that grew in Gothel's garden, its leaves a temptation she couldn't shake. "It's all I want," she'd say, her voice trembling, her hands pressing against her womb as tears welled in her brown eyes. Thomas watched her waste away, her appetite lost to everything but the forbidden plant, and fear gripped him, fear of looting her, of losing the child they'd prayed for. "I'll get it," he said one night, his voice rough with resolve, his hands clenching as he stared at the garden wall. "Just a handful, no one will know." The moon hung low, a silver crescent casting faint light across the village, when Thomas slipped from the cottage, his cloak dark against the night. He scaled the wall, his fingers scraping stone, his heart pounding as he dropped into the garden's embrace. The rampion glowed in the moonlight, its leaves crisp and inviting, and he tore handfuls free, stuffing them into his sack, his breath shallow with haste. He didn't hear the rustle behind him, didn't see the shadow that rose like smoke, until a voice cut through the silence, a voice sharp as a blade, cold as the wind off the river. "Thief!" it hissed, and Thomas spun, his sack slipping as Gothel stepped into the light. She was tall, her frame cloaked in black, her hair a cascade of iron gray, her green eyes glinting with a fury that froze him where he stood. Her hands clutched a staff, its tip carved with runes that pulsed faintly, and her presence filled the garden like a storm. "You dare steal from me," she said, her voice low, her lips curling into a sneer. "Do you know the price of trespassing in my domain?" Thomas fell to his knees, his hands trembling as he clutched the sack, his voice a plea. "Please," he stammered. "It's for my wife. She's with child and she's wasting away without this. I meant no harm, just a little, just enough to save her." Gothel's eyes narrowed, her staff tapping the ground, its thud a heartbeat in the stillness. "A child," she murmured, her gaze sharpening, her mind turning over a pool older than the village itself. "Very well," she said, her tone softening into something dangerous, something sly. "Take your rampion, but the child when it's born is mine. That's the price." Thomas recoiled, his breath catching, his hands dropping the sack as if it burned. "No," he choked. "Not my child. Please, anything else." But Gothel's smile widened, her staff glowing faintly as she stepped closer, her shadow swallowing him. "You stole from me," she said, and every theft demands payment. Refuse and your wife dies. Her craving will consume her, and the child with her. Accept, and she lives. Choose. Tears streamed down his face, his heart breaking under the weight of her words, and he nodded, his voice a whisper lost to the wind. I accept. He returned to the cottage, the rampion clutched in his hands, his steps heavy with a guilt he couldn't voice. Eliza ate, her color returning, her smile bright as she pressed his hand to her belly. But Thomas said nothing of the bargain, his silence a wall between them. Months passed, the child growing strong within her, until one night, under a sky streaked with stars, Eliza's cries filled the cottage, and a girl was born, her skin pale as moonlight, her lips red as the roses by the river, her hair a cascade of gold that shimmered even in the dimness. They named her Rapunzel, a name as delicate as the rampion that had saved her mother, their joy a fragile light in the shadow of Gothel's claim. That night, as the village slept, Gothel came. The cottage door creaked open, her black cloak a stain against the hearth's glow, her staff tapping the floor as she loomed over the cradle. Eliza woke, her scream stifled by a wave of Gothel's hand, a spell that pinned her to the bed, her eyes wide with terror. Thomas lunged, his fists raised, but the staff flared, its light blinding him, and he fell, his cries lost to the night. Gothel lifted Rapunzel, her golden hair spilling over her arms, and smiled, a cold, triumphant curve that chilled the room. Mine, she said, and vanished, her cloak swirling as the wind howled, leaving the cottage empty, its silence a wound that bled into the dawn. Gothel carried Rapunzel to a forest deep and wild, its trees ancient and gnarled, its path swallowed by shadow. At its heart stood a tower, a spire of gray stone, its walls smooth and unbroken, its height piercing the canopy like a needle through cloth. No door marked its base, no stairs wound its sides. Only a single window, small and high, stared out like an unblinking eye. She climbed the vines that clung to its base, her staff pulsing with magic, and sealed Rapunzel within. The tower's stone a prison forged by her will. You're mine, she whispered, cradling the child, her green eyes tracing the golden hair that grew even now, its strands shimmering with a power she could feel, a magic that promised youth, strength, a life beyond time. Rapunzel grew in the tower's embrace, her world a circle of stone and sky, her only companion, the woman she called Mother Gothel. The witch raised her with a cold affection, her hands gentle as they brushed the golden hair, her voice soft as she taught her songs and tales, but always with a purpose. The hair was her treasure, its length doubling with each year, its strands alive with a glow that healed Gothel's aging skin, erased the lines that crept across her face. Never cut it, she'd say, her tone sharp, her fingers lingering on the locks. It's our bond, my sweet, your gift to me. Each day, Gothel left the tower, her cloak billowing as she descended to the forest floor, her staff a kiss oath to the world below. To return, she stood at the base and called, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. The girl obeyed, her small hands gathering the golden strands, her strength surprising as she tossed them from the window. The hair fell like a rope, its length reaching the ground, and Gothel climbed, her weight pulling at Rapunzel's scalp, her arrival marked by the clink of her staff against the stone. She brought food, bread, cheese, apples, enough to sustain the child, but never love, never freedom. Her visits a chain that bound Rapunzel to the tower's silence. Rapunzel's days were a rhythm of solitude. Her only view the sky through the window, its blue a promise she couldn't touch. She'd sit by the sill, her golden hair pooling around her like a sea of light, her fingers tracing the stone as she sang, soft, lilting tunes that Gothel had taught her, their notes a thread that wove through the forest. She didn't know her parents, didn't remember the cottage by the river. Her world was the tower, her life a gift to the woman who claimed her. The world is cruel, Gothel would say, her voice a warning, full of thieves and monsters. You're safe here, with me. And Rapunzel believed her, her innocence a cage as strong as the stone. But the forest listened, its shadows stirring as her voice carried beyond the tower's walls. Birds perched on the sill, their wings brushing her hands, their songs mingling with hers, a companionship she cherished, a glimpse of the life she couldn't reach. The wind bore her melodies farther, through the trees, over the hills, to a kingdom beyond, a sound that would soon draw another to her prison, a spark that would ignite the tale yet to unfold. In the village, Thomas and Eliza lived on, their cottage a shell of its former warmth, their days haunted by the child they'd lost. They searched, their pleas unanswered, their hope a flicker that refused to die. Gothel's garden stood empty now, its rampion withered, its walls a monument to their bargain, a price paid in gold and tears. And in the tower, Rapunzel waited, her hair a chain, her song a cry, her fate sealed by a curse she didn't know she bore. The forest stood watch, its shadows vast and patient, as the girl with the golden hair sang on, unaware of the storm that brewed beyond her stone walls. The tower stood like a gray sentinel in the heart of the forest, its stone walls unyielding against the years that turned beneath its shadow. Inside, Rapunzel grew, her world a circle of solitude, bounded by cold rock and the sliver of sky, framed by the single window. She was a girl of 16 now, her frame slender from a life confined, her skin pale as moonlight from years without the sun's full kiss. But her hair, oh, her hair, was a marvel, a cascade of gold that shimmered like liquid sunlight, its strands stretching longer with each passing day until they pooled around her on the floor, a river of light that reached the tower's base when she let it fall. It was her treasure, her burden, the tether that bound her to Gothel's will. Rapunzel's days were a rhythm of stillness, shaped by the witch's comings and goings. Gothel would arrive at dawn, her black cloak swirling as she stood at the tower's foot, her voice cutting through the forest's hush. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, she'd call, her tone sharp with command. And Rapunzel would obey, her small hands gathering the golden strands, her arms straining as she tossed them from the window. The hair fell like a rope, its length a marvel that brushed the earth below. And Gothel climbed, her weight pulling at Rapunzel's scalp, her staff clinking against the stone as she hauled herself into the tower's embrace. The witch brought sustenance, bread baked hard as stone, apples bruised from the journey, a wedge of cheese wrapped in cloth, enough to keep Rapunzel alive, but never enough to fill the hollow that grew within her. Eat, my sweet, Gothel would say, her green eyes glinting as she brushed the golden hair, her fingers lingering on its strands with a possessiveness that Rapunzel didn't question. You must stay strong. For me, for us. She'd sit by the window, her staff resting across her lap, her voice weaving tales of a world beyond, tales of thieves who cut throats for gold, of monsters that devoured the unwary, of a land too cruel for a girl like her. You're safe, she'd murmur, her smile cold. With me, in this tower, the world would break you. Rapunzel believed her, her innocence a mirror to Gothel's lies, her trust a chain forged by years of solitude. She'd nod, her blue eyes wide, her hands tracing the stone as Gothel sang, low, haunting melodies that filled the tower with a strange comfort. Teach me, Rapunzel would say, her voice soft, and Gothel would smile, her fingers guiding Rapunzel's through the notes, their voices blending in a harmony that masked the witch's true intent. The songs were a balm, a way to soothe the ache that Rapunzel couldn't name, a longing for something more, something beyond the window's narrow frame. When Gothel left, descending the golden rope with a rustle of her cloak, Rapunzel's world shrank to the tower's confines. She'd sit by the sill, her hair spilling around her like a sea of light, her fingers weaving its strands into braids, or brushing them with a comb Gothel had given her, a crude thing of bone, its teeth worn from use. The window was her portal, its view a patchwork of sky and treetops, its edges worn smooth by her touch. She'd watch the clouds drift, their shapes a story she'd invent, castles, dragons, rivers she'd never seen, and count the birds that perched on the sill, their wings a flutter of freedom she couldn't grasp. The forest listened, its shadows stirring as her voice rose, soft at first, then stronger, a melody that wove through the trees like a thread of gold. She sang the songs Gothel taught her, their notes lilting and clear, their words a cry she didn't know she carried. "Oh wind, oh sky," she'd sing, "carry me high, beyond the stone, beyond the lie." The birds joined her, their trills a chorus that echoed her longing, their presence a companionship she cherished. Squirrels scampered to the tower's base, their paws silent on the moss, drawn by the sound that pierced their world, a voice that spoke of beauty, of loss, of a life trapped in the stone. Rapunzel's curiosity grew with her hair, its golden strands a mirror to the questions that bloomed within her. She'd lean from the window, her hands gripping the sill, her eyes tracing the forest's depths, its green a promise, its shadows a mystery. "What's out there?" she'd whisper, her breath fogging the air, her heart tugging at the tales Gothel spun. Were there really monsters beyond the trees, thieves with knives and hearts of ice? Or was there more, fields of flowers, rivers that sang, people who smiled without shadows in their eyes? She didn't know, couldn't know, but the longing grew, a seed planted by the wind that carried her songs beyond the tower's reach. The forest bore her voice farther, its branches whispering as the notes drifted over hills and streams, past the village where her parents wept, to a kingdom beyond, a land of stone castles and golden fields, where a prince rode under a sky streaked with dawn. Flynn was young, his dark hair tousled beneath a leather cap, his brown eyes sharp with a restlessness that had driven him from his father's court. He was a wanderer, his horse, a chestnut mare named Ember, his only companion, his sword sheathed at his side, a relic of a lineage he'd left behind. He sought adventure, purpose, a sound to stir the silence of his days. And on this morning, as he crossed a ridge overlooking the wilds, he found it. The song reached him, a thread of melody that pierced the wind, its notes clear and haunting, its beauty a call that stopped him cold. "What's that?" he murmured, reining Ember to a halt, his head tilting as he listened. The sound was faint, carried by the breeze, but it tugged at him, a voice pure as water, bright as sunlight, laced with a sorrow he couldn't name. "It's coming from the forest," he said, his hand resting on Ember's mane, his eyes scanning the trees below. The mare snorted, her ears flicking, and Flynn smiled, a spark igniting in his chest. "Let's find it," he said, and urged her forward, the path winding down into the wilds where Rapunzel's tower stood hidden. He rode through the forest, its shadows closing around him, its air thick with pine and moss. The song grew stronger, its notes weaving through the trees, guiding him like a lantern in the dark. He crossed streams that gurgled over stones, ducked beneath branches that clawed at his cloak, his heart pounding with a mix of wonder and resolve. The forest was vast, its paths a maze, but the voice was his compass, a beacon that drew him deeper past the oaks and pines to a clearing where the tower rose like a spire from the earth. Flynn stopped, his breath catching as he stared, its stone gray and smooth, its height dizzying, its window a single eye high above. The song poured from it, stronger now, its melody wrapping around him like a spell. "Who's up there?" he whispered, dismounting, his boot sinking into the moss as he tethered Ember to a tree. The tower had no door, no stairs, only the window, and the voice that sang from it, a sound that stirred a longing he hadn't known he carried. He stepped closer, his hand resting on his sword, his eyes tracing the stone for a way up. But the tower offered no answers, its silence a challenge he couldn't resist. He hid among the trees, his cloak blending with the shadows, and waited. The sun climbed higher, its light gilding the forest, when a figure emerged, a woman in black, her cloak swirling, her staff tapping the ground as she approached the tower's base. "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," she called, her voice sharp, and Flynn's eyes widened as a cascade of gold fell from the window, a rope of hair, shimmering like a river of light, its length reaching the earth. The woman climbed, her movement swift, and vanished into the tower, the hair rising behind her like a curtain drawn shut. Flynn watched, his mind racing, his breath held as the song stopped, replaced by the murmur of voices too faint to catch. "Rapunzel," he murmured, the name a melody on his tongue, a puzzle he needed to solve. He waited, his patience honed by years of tracking, until the woman descended, the hair falling again, her cloak billowing as she reached the ground and strode into the forest, her staff a rhythm in the silence. The tower grew still, its window dark, but Flynn knew he'd found the source of the song, a girl trapped in stone, her voice a cry he couldn't ignore. He stepped into the clearing, his heart pounding, his hand resting on the tower's base as he looked up. Rapunzel, he whispered, testing the name, his voice soft against the stone. The forest held its breath, its shadow stirring as he made his choice. To climb, to meet her, to unravel the mystery that sang from above. He didn't know her story, didn't know the curse that bound her, but her song had called him, a thread of gold in a world of gray, and he would follow it, his fate entwined with hers in a tale yet to unfold. The tower stood silent, its prisoner unaware of the prince below, her golden hair a chain that would soon become her bridge. The forest held its breath. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, its golden light fading to a soft amber that gilded the tower's gray stone. Inside, Rapunzel sat by the window, her golden hair spilling around her like a pool of sunlight, her fingers tracing the comb's worn teeth as she hummed a tune, soft, wistful, a thread of longing woven into its notes. Gothel had left hours ago, her black cloak vanishing into the trees, her parting words a stern echo. Stay inside, my sweet. No one must see you. Rapunzel nodded, her blue eyes fixed on the sill, her heart tugging at the world beyond, its mysteries a whisper she couldn't silence. Below, Flynn waited, his cloak blending with the shadows of the pines, his brown eyes tracing the tower's height. He'd watched Gothel climb, memorized her call. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. And now, with the witch gone, his chance had come. His heart pounded, a mix of nerves and resolve, his hand resting on the sword at his side. As he stepped into the clearing, the tower loomed above, its stone smooth and unbroken, its window a distant promise framed by the fading light. He took a breath, his voice steady but soft, and called, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. The words felt strange on his tongue, a mimicry of the witch's command, but they carried through the stillness, rising to the window like a bird on the wing. Rapunzel froze, her comb slipping to the floor with a clatter, her hum teeing as she leaned out, her golden hair cascading over the sill. Mother, she said, her voice trembling, her eyes scanning the forest below. But the figure wasn't Gothel. Smaller, broader, cloaked in brown rather than black, and her breath caught, a flicker of fear sparking in her chest. Who's there? She called, her hands clutching the stone, her hair swaying in the breeze. Flynn stepped into the light, his hands raised, his smile tentative, but warm. A friend, he said, his voice carrying a gentleness that softened her fear. Someone who heard your song and couldn't stay away. I mean, no harm. Will you let me up? Rapunzel hesitated, her mind racing. Gothel's warnings of thieves and monsters clashing with the curiosity that had grown within her, a seed watered by years of solitude. His eyes met hers, brown and steady, and something in them, a spark of kindness, a promise of answers, tipped the balance. She gathered her hair, its weight familiar in her hands, and tossed it down, its golden strands falling like a rope to the earth below. Flynn seized it, his fingers brushing the silk of her hair, its glow a marvel that warmed his hands. He climbed, his boots finding purchase on the stone, his arms straining as the tower's height tested his strength. The hair held firm, its strands unyielding, and he marveled at its power, a lifeline woven from gold, a bridge to the girl who sang. He reached the window, his breath ragged, and hauled himself over the sill, tumbling into the tower with a thud that echoed off the walls. Rapunzel leapt back, her heart pounding, her hand snatching a frying pan from the table, a crude weapon, its iron cold against her palms. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice sharp, her blue eyes blazing as she brandished the pan. "What do you want?" Flynn raised his hands higher, his cloak slipping as he steadied himself, his smile widening despite the threat. "Easy, easy," he said. "I'm Flynn. Just Flynn, no titles, no tricks. I heard you singing. It was beautiful, like nothing I've ever known. I had to see who you were." He paused, his gaze softening as he took her in. Her pale skin, her golden hair, the fear and wonder warring in her eyes. "You're not what I expected." Rapunzel's grip tightened, her arms trembling, but his words pierced her defenses. Beautiful, he'd said, and no one but Gothel had ever called her that. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice faltering. "Mother says the world's dangerous. Thieves, monsters, they'd hurt me." Flynn lowered his hands, his tone gentle as he stepped closer, his boots soft on the stone. "I'm no thief," he said, "and I'm no monster. I'm just a man who got lost in a song and found you. What's your name?" She hesitated, her pan dipping, her curiosity outweighing her fear. "Rapunzel," she said, her voice a whisper, her eyes searching his for a lie she couldn't find. Flynn smiled, a real smile that crinkled his eyes, and sat on the floor, his back to the wall. A gesture of peace, a surrender to her space. "Rapunzel," he repeated, tasting the name. "It suits you. Why are you up here, all alone? That woman, your mother, she keeps you locked away." Rapunzel lowered the pan, her hands trembling as she sank onto a stool, her hair pooling around her like a golden tide. "She says it's for my safety," she said, her voice soft. "That the world would take me, hurt me. She's all I've ever had. Since I was a baby, this tower's been my home." She paused, her fingers brushing her hair, its glow a comfort she clung to. "But sometimes I wonder. I see the sky, the birds, the trees, and I want to know what's out there." Flynn leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his gaze steady as he listened. "It's more than sky and trees," he said, his voice low, alive with the world he knew. "There's fields of flowers, purple and yellow, stretching to the horizon, rivers that sing as they flow, so clear you can see the fish darting below, towns with people who laugh and dance, stars you can touch if you climb high enough. It's not all danger. It's alive, Rapunzel, and it's waiting." Her eyes widened, her breath catching as his words painted a picture she'd only dreamed, a world beyond Gothel's tales of terror. "Tell me more," she said, her voice eager, her pan forgotten on the table as she leaned closer. Flynn grinned, his hands weaving the air as he spoke, of markets bustling with color, of mountains capped with snow, of nights under a sky ablaze with constellations. Rapunzel listened, her heart swelling with a longing she could finally name. Freedom, a life beyond the stone, a chance to see the wonders he described. "I want that," she whispered, her voice breaking. "But Mother, she'd never let me go." Flynn's emo faded, his gaze sharpening as he studied her. The tower, her hair, the fear that lingered in her eyes. "She doesn't have to," he said, his tone firm. a spark of defiance lighting his words. I'll get you out, take you to see it all. You don't belong in a cage, Rapunzel. You're too bright for that. She stared, her breath hitching, the idea of flame that burned through her doubts. How? She asked, and he nodded to her hair, its golden strands a marvel at her feet. That's your ladder, he said, and I'm your way down. Trust me. Rapunzel's hands trembled, her mind racing, Gothel's warnings clashing with Flynn's promise, her fear warring with her hope. There's something else, she said, her voice a whisper, her fingers brushing her hair as she revealed her secret. My hair, it's special. When I sing, it heals. Cuts, bruises, anything. Mother needs it. She says it keeps us together. Flynn's eyes widened, his hand reaching out, but stopping short, his voice soft with awe. That's incredible, he said, but it's yours, not hers. You don't owe her your life for it. The words struck her, a truth she'd never dared to face, and tears welled in her eyes, tears of fear, of hope, of a choice she'd never known she had. I'll try, she said, her voice trembling, but resolute. But we have to be careful. She'll know. Flynn nodded, his hand finally brushing hers, warm and steady. We'll meet when she's gone, he said. Plan it slow, get it right. I'll come back tomorrow and every day after until you're free. She squeezed his hand, her smile shy but real, her heart opening to a stranger who'd become her light. Their meetings became a secret rhythm, Flynn calling when Gothel left, Rapunzel's hair falling like a golden bridge, their voices low as they plotted her escape. He brought her trinkets, a flower, a pebble from the river, a feather from a hawk, gifts that painted the world in her hands, promises of the life they'd share. She taught him her songs, their voices blending in the tower's stillness, a harmony that bound them closer with each note. Soon, he'd say, his brown eyes steady, we'll walk out together. And she'd nod, her fear fading into a courage she'd never known. But the forest watched, its shadows stirring as their plan took shape. Gothel returned one evening, her staff tapping the ground, her green eyes narrowing as she scanned the clearing, mud smeared near the tower's base, a footprint too large to be hers. What's this? She muttered, her voice a hiss, her hand tightening on her staff as suspicion coiled in her chest. She climbed, her call sharper. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. And Rapunzel obeyed, her hands steady, but her heart racing, her secret a weight she couldn't hide. Gothel entered, her gaze sweeping the tower, the comb askew, a feather tucked beneath the table, the air thick with a presence she couldn't name. You've been quiet, she said, her tone cold, her eyes piercing Rapunzel's. What's changed, my sweet? Rapunzel smiled, her voice soft but trembling. Nothing, mother. Just singing, like always. Gothel's lips thinned, her staff glowing faintly as she stepped closer, her suspicion a storm brewing beneath her calm. Good, she said. Keep it that way. The world's no place for you. Flynn waited below, his cloak a shadow among the trees, his breath held as Gothel descended, her staff a rhythm in the dusk. He didn't see her pause, didn't hear her mutter. A spell whispered to the wind, a trap set for the stranger who dared to trespass. The tower stood silent, its prisoner poised on the edge of freedom, her golden hair a promise that would soon be tested by the witch's wrath. The forest trembled beneath a sky streaked with the first hints of dawn, its shadows shifting as a new day crept toward the tower. Inside, Rapunzel sat by the window, her golden hair cascading around her like a shimmering cloak, her blue eyes tracing the horizon where Flynn had promised a world beyond stone. Her heart thrummed with a mix of hope and fear, her fingers clutching a feather he'd given her, a hawk's plume, its edges soft against her skin, a token of the freedom they'd planned. Their meetings had grown bolder, their whispers weaving a tapestry of escape. Tonight, he'd said, when the moon rose high, they'd flee together, her hair their bridge to the earth below. Outside, Flynn waited, his cloak a shadow among the pines, his brown eyes fixed on the tower's window. He'd come early, his horse tethered a mile back, his sword sheathed at his side, his pack light but ready. Bread, a water skin, a map scratched on leather. The plan was simple. Rapunzel would lower her hair, he'd climb, and they'd descend together, vanishing into the forest before Gothel returned. His pulse raced, his hand brushing the tower's base, his voice poised to call, but the forest's stillness held him back, a prickle of unease crawling up his spine. Something felt wrong, the air too thick, the shadows too watchful. Gothel had felt it too, the shift in the tower's quiet, the trace of a stranger's scent lingering in the wind. Her suspicion had sharpened into certainty, her green eyes glinting with a fury she'd nursed through the night. She'd woven a spell at dusk, her staff pulsing as she whispered to the forest, a net of magic to snare any who dared approach her prize. Now, she returned, her black cloak billowing, her steps silent on the moss, her staff a glowing ember in the dimness. She paused at the clearing's edge, her gaze locking on Flynn's shadow, her lips curling into a snarl. A thief, she hissed, come to steal my treasure. Rapunzel didn't hear her approach, didn't see the witch's shadow stretch across the tower's base. She leaned from the window, her hair spilling over the sill, her voice soft as she sang, a tune Flynn had taught her, its notes a promise of the fields they'd cross. Soon, she murmured, her smile shy, her heart lifting as she imagined his call. But the sound that broke the silence wasn't his. It was Gothel's, sharp and cold, cutting through the dawn like a blade. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. The command was a whip, its tone laced with a rage Rapunzel had never heard, and her hands faltered, her breath catching as she obeyed. The golden hair fell, its strands shimmering in the faint light, and Gothel climbed, her grip fierce, her staff clinking against the stone with each furious step. Rapunzel stepped back, her heart pounding, her hands twisting the feather as the witch burst through the window, her cloak a storm of black, her eyes blazing with betrayal. You've been busy, Gothel said, her voice low, her staff slamming the floor with a crack that echoed off the walls. Rapunzel flinched, her blue eyes wide, her voice trembling. Mother, don't lie to me, Gothel roared, her hand seizing Rapunzel's arm, her nails digging into flesh. I saw him down there, lurking like a rat. You let him in, didn't you? You let a thief into my tower. She shook her rage a fire that burned through the room, her staff glowing as she scanned the space, the feather on the table, the comb askew, the air thick with Flynn's presence. Rapunzel's tears welled, her voice breaking as she tried to pull free. He's not a thief. He's my friend. He wants to help me, to show me the world. The world. Gothel's laugh was a jagged shard, her grip tightening as she dragged Rapunzel to the window. The world is a pit of vipers, and you're mine. I've kept you safe, fed you, raised you, and you repay me with this? She thrust Rapunzel forward, forcing her to look down, where Flynn stood frozen, his hand on his sword, his eyes wide with alarm. Look at him, Gothel hissed. A liar, a fool, come to take what's mine. Flynn drew his blade, his voice rising in defiance. Let her go, he shouted, his stance steady despite the distance. She's not yours. She's a person, not a prize. Gothel's eyes narrowed, her staff flaring as she muttered a spell, its light snaking down the tower to bind him. But Rapunzel's cry broke her focus. No! She screamed, wrenching free, her hands clawing at Gothel's arm. He's right. I'm not yours. I want to leave, to live. I won't stay here anymore. The word struck Gothel like a blow, her face twisting with a fury that shattered her calm. Ungrateful wretch, she snarled, her hand seizing a knife from her belt, its blade glinting in the dawn. If I can't have you, no one will. She grabbed Rapunzel's hair, its golden strands a lifeline in her grip, and slashed, the knife cutting through the locks with a sickening tear, the hair falling in a cascade of severed light. Rapunzel screamed, her hands clutching her head as the magic drained from her, its glow fading, its healing power gone. And Gothel staggered, her skin wrinkling, her hair graying as the years she'd stolen rushed back. You've ruined me, Gothel shrieked, her voice a rasp, her body aging with each breath, her beauty crumbling into dust. She turned on Flynn, her staff flaring as she hurled a bolt of light. He dodged, the spell scorching the earth, but she lunged again, her knife slashing his side. He fell, blood seeping through his cloak, his sword clattering as he clutched the wound. Rapunzel cried out, rushing to the window, but Gothel seized her, her strength fading, but her rage unyielding. You'll pay, she hissed, and with a final spell, she bound Flynn's wrists with vines of shadow, her staff pulsing as she dragged Rapunzel to the edge. No! Rapunzel fought, her nails raking Gothel's arms, but the witch's magic held, a gust of wind, a swirl of darkness, and Rapunzel was flung from the tower, her scream piercing the air as she fell. The forest rushed up, its branches snapping as she crashed through them, landing in a thicket far from the tower, her body bruised but alive, her hair now a ragged fringe of gold. Gothel turned to Flynn, her withered hands trembling, her voice a croak. Die here, she spat, and stumbled down the hair she'd cut, its strands lifeless on the ground, her body too weak to chase her prey. Rapunzel lay in the thicket, her breath shallow, her tears soaking the earth as pones seared through her hair gone, her freedom stolen, Flynn lost to the tower's shadow. The forest was vast, its silence a weight that pressed against her, and she rose, her legs trembling, her hands clutching the stumps of her hair. Flynn, she whispered, her voice breaking, her heart a wound that bled with every step. She wandered, the thicket giving way to a wasteland, barren earth, twisted trees, a place Gothel's spell had cast her into, a prison of despair where no song could reach. Flynn fought within the tower, the vines cutting into his wrists, his blood pooling on the stone as he strained against them. The wound burned, his strength fading, but Rapunzel's scream echoed in his mind, a call he couldn't answer, a loss he couldn't bear. Gothel had left him to die, her laughter a rasp as she descended, her body a husk of its former power. He slumped, his vision blurring, his hand clutching the feather Rapunzel had dropped, a token of their promise, now stained with his blood. Days turned to weeks, Rapunzel lost in the wasteland, her golden hair a memory, her spirit battered but unbroken. She survived on roots and recent water, her hands raw from digging, her voice silent as grief consumed her. The forest had spat her into this exile, its shadows a mirror to her sorrow, but her will flickered, a spark that refused to die. He's out there, she'd murmur, her tears falling as she walked, her path aimless, but driven by a hope she couldn't name. Flynn clung to life, the vines loosening as Gothel's magic waned, his wound festering, but his resolve hardening. He broke free, his hands shaking as he tore the feather from the floor, his body weak as he crawled to the window. The hair was gone, the tower a tomb, but he leapt, his fall broken by the thicket below, his cry swallowed by the forest as he landed, blood seeping anew. He rose, his cloak torn, his steps faltering, and stumbled into the wilds, his heart fixed on Rapunzel, a girl he'd lost, a promise he'd keep. Fate turned on a morning when the wasteland's gray gave way to a river, its waters a thread of life in the desolation. Rapunzel knelt by its edge, her hands cupping the cool liquid, her reflection a stranger, hair short and ragged, eyes hollow with loss. A rustle broke her reverie, and she turned, her breath catching as Flynn emerged, his cloak in tatters, his side stained with blood, his brown eyes wide as they met hers. "Rapunzel," he rasped, stumbling forward, and she ran, her tears falling as she caught him, his weight collapsing into her arms. "You're alive," she sobbed, her hands clutching his face, her tears soaking his skin as she pressed her forehead to his. I thought she'd killed you." He smiled, weak but real, his hand brushing her cheek. "Couldn't leave you," he said, his voice a thread. "Not after I promised." She wept harder, her tears falling onto his wound, and a glow flickered, faint, fleeting, a remnant of the magic that lingered in her sorrow. The blood slowed, the gash closed, and Flynn gasped, his strength returning as her tears healed him, their bond a power Gothel couldn't sever. They held each other, the wasteland a witness to their reunion, their love a light that burned through the dark. Gothel's betrayal had exiled them, her wrath had cut deep, but Rapunzel's tears, a magic born of her heart, had defied it. The tower stood far behind, its shadow a memory, its prisoner free in a way the witch could never foresee. The wasteland stretched around Rapunzel and Flynn like a scar on the earth, its barren soil cracked and gray, its twisted trees clawing at a sky heavy with clouds. They knelt by the river, their hands clasped, their breaths mingling, as Rapunzel's tears, glistening with the last flicker of her magic, sealed Flynn's wound, the blood fading to a faint scar beneath her touch. His brown eyes widened, his hand brushing the healed flesh, his voice a rasp of awe. "You saved me," he said, his smile weak but warm, his fingers tightening around hers. Rapunzel's tears fell anew. Her golden hair, short now, its ends ragged, framing a face alight with relief and love. "And you found me," she whispered, her blue eyes shining. "We're alive. Together." They rose, their bodies weary, but their spirits unbroken. The river a lifeline in the desolation Gothel had cast them into. Flynn's cloak hung in tatters, his sword lost to the tower, but his arm steadied Rapunzel, her small frame trembling from days of exile. "We need to get out of here," he said, his gaze sweeping the wasteland, its emptiness a prison they'd defied. "Back to the kingdom. Your home, my home, anywhere but this." Rapunzel nodded, her hand brushing her cropped hair, its loss a wound that ached less with him beside her. "Home," she echoed, the word a promise she'd never tasted, a hope that fueled their steps. They walked, the river their guide, its waters winding through the barren land, until the gray gave way to green, grass sprouting, trees straightening, the forest's edge a beacon of life. Days blurred into nights, their strength sustained by fish from the stream, and berries from the bushes that bloomed along the banks. Rapunzel's voice returned, soft at first, then stronger, a tune she'd sung in the tower, its notes a thread that wove them closer. Flynn joined her, his baritone rough but steady, their harmony a defiance of the silence that had nearly claimed them. "We'll make it," he'd say, his hand squeezing hers, and she'd smile, her trust in him a light that burned through the dark. The forest opened to a valley, its fields golden with wheat, its river merging with a broader flow that sparkled under a sun now free of clouds. Rapunzel paused, her breath catching as she saw it. A castle on a hill, its white towers piercing the sky, its banners fluttering like the wings of doves. "It's beautiful," she said, her voice trembling, her eyes tracing the spires she'd glimpsed in dreams. Flynn grinned, his arm slipping around her shoulders. "That's home," he said. "My father's kingdom, and maybe yours, if we're lucky." She leaned into him, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and wonder, her exile ending as they stepped into the world she'd longed to see. The castle gates loomed ahead, its guards eyeing them. Flynn's torn cloak, Rapunzel's ragged hair, their hands clasped like a vow. "I'm Flynn," he said, his voice steady. "Son of King Alaric, gone these months on my own accord. This is Rapunzel. She's with me." The guards hesitated, their gazes sharpening, but a shout broke their doubt. A woman's cry, raw and piercing, echoing from the courtyard. A figure ran toward them, her gown trailing, her brown hair streaked with gray, her eyes wide with a hope that had burned through years of loss. "Rapunzel?" she choked, stopping short, her hands trembling as she stared. Rapunzel froze, her breath hitching, a memory stirring. A cradle, a lullaby, a warmth she'd forgotten. "Mother," she whispered. And Eliza, her true mother, sobbed, rushing forward to pull her into an embrace that shook with tears. "My girl," she cried, her hands clutching Rapunzel's face, her fingers tracing the features she'd mourned. "You're alive. We thought you were gone, stolen by that witch." Thomas followed, his steps slower, his weathered face crumpling as he joined them, his arms encircling his daughter and wife, his voice a broken hymn. Our Rapunzel, he said, our light, back from the dark. Flynn stepped back, his smile soft, his eyes glistening as he watched the reunion, a family knit whole after years of grief. The guards parted, their helmets dipping in respect, and the courtyard filled. Courtiers, servants, a king and queen who emerged from the castle's heart. King Alaric, Flynn's father, strode forward, his silver hair gleaming, his stern face softening as he clasped his son's shoulder. You've returned, he said, his voice gruff, and brought a wonder with you. Queen Lila, her eyes warm, smiled at Rapunzel, her hand brushing Eliza's arm. She's yours, she said, and ours now too. The tale spilled out, Rapunzel's words weaving the years of her tower, Gothel's theft, Flynn's rescue, the betrayal that had cut her hair and cast her into exile. Thomas and Eliza wept, their guilt a weight they'd carried since the night she'd vanished, their hands clutching hers as if to anchor her to them. We searched, Thomas said, his voice breaking, every forest, every hill, until hope was all we had left. Flynn added his part, the song that drew him, the tower's fall, the wasteland where her tears had healed him, and the court listened, their gasps a chorus that crowned them heroes. But the story wasn't finished. The forest's shadow lingered, its witch a specter they couldn't ignore. Gothel had fled the tower, her body frail, her magic drained by the loss of Rapunzel's hair. But her rage burned, a ember that flared as she tracked them, her staff a crutch through the wilds. She reached the kingdom's edge on a night when the moon hung full, its light silvering the fields, and stood before the castle gates, her cloak tattered, her face a mask of wrinkles and hate. Rapunzel! She shrieked, her voice a rasp that pierced the silence, her staff flaring with the last of her power. You're mine. Come back to me. The gates swung open, Rapunzel stepping forward, her short hair glinting in the moonlight, Flynn at her side, his hand on a borrowed sword. Thomas and Eliza flanked her, their faces set with a fury born of years lost, the king and queen behind them, their guards bristling with spears. You stole me, Rapunzel said, her voice steady, her blue eyes blazing as she faced Gothel. You locked me away, used me, but I'm free now and you have no claim. Flynn's grip tightened, his voice a growl. Leave, or you'll answer for it. Gothel laughed, a sound brittle and wild, her staff pulsing as she raised it. You think you've won? She spat, her magic flaring, a bolt of shadow aimed at Rapunzel, its edge sharp as death. Flynn lunged, his sword slashing the air, but Rapunzel's cry stopped him. No! And she stepped forward, her hands raised, her voice rising in a song, a tune from the tower, its notes pure and fierce. The magic faltered, Gothel's spell shattering against the sound, her staff cracking as the last of her power drained. The witch staggered, her body crumbling, her scream a wail as she stumbled toward the cliff beyond the gates. A drop to the river below, its waters a mirror to the moon. Mine, she shrieked, her hands clawing at the air. But the earth gave way and she fell, her cloak a black streak against the night, her cry swallowed by the crash of waves. The guards rushed forward, their spears lowered, but she was gone, her end a shadow erased by the light she'd sought to steal. Rapunzel sank to her knees, her tears falling, not for Gothel, but for the years she'd lost, the freedom she'd won. Flynn knelt beside her, his arms encircling her, his voice soft. "It's over," he said. "She's gone. You're safe." Thomas and Eliza joined them, their hands gentle on her shoulders, their sobs mingling with hers. A family reborn from the ashes of her exile. The court cheered, their voices a thunder that rolled through the valley, their banners rising to greet the dawn. The kingdom embraced them, its castle a home Rapunzel had never known. She met her parents' eyes, Thomas's weathered strength, Eliza's tender warmth, and felt their love, a balm to the tower's cold. Flynn stood beside her, his hand in hers, his smile a promise kept. "I told you we'd see the stars," he said, and she laughed, her voice a melody that filled the hall. The king revealed Flynn's truth. His son, a prince lost to wanderlust, now returned with a queen in his heart. And the court knelt, their loyalty a crown they offered. They wed beneath a sky ablaze with stars, the courtyard blooming with roses and lilies, the air alive with music and laughter. Rapunzel's hair grew again, short still, but golden, its strands a symbol of her strength, her freedom. She wore a gown of white, its hem brushing the stone, her blue eyes bright as she vowed her love to Flynn. His cloak mended, his sword sheathed, his brown eyes steady with a joy that matched hers. Thomas and Eliza wept, their hands clasped, their daughter a light they'd reclaimed, while the kingdom danced, its people a chorus that sang her name. Gothel's tower crumbled in time, its stone reclaimed by the forest, its shadow a tale told by firelight, a warning of greed, a testament to love's power. Rapunzel and Flynn ruled with kindness, their kingdom flourishing under a reign that bridged their pasts. A village girl and a wandering prince, united by a song. Her hair never regained its magic, but her tears had sealed their bond, a miracle that lingered in their touch. And so they lived, happily, truly forever, a love that broke a curse, a family restored, a golden-haired girl whose song became a legend under a sky she'd claimed as her own.